All right. Click link below to join. We're gonna have to figure out the mic situation. An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized. Learn to be active. Investigate both sides of the argument. Come up with your own conclusions.
Choose your destiny.
I ain't feeling your side.
Yo, give me one moment. I need to figure something out.
And now, another major production.
I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Hurry, honey, run and get your ticket. Just get your money, it's not always the business. Forget the $1 million mission. Sometimes I just want to go fishing instead of physically grinding in the trenches. Finding me using my knowledge, intuition. Chaka not talking while he so distant. Chaka be talking but they don't listen. He's sitting, his brain pumping like a piston. I've been chasing the twilight, now I've been bitten. The city's in my sight as if I was a pigeon. Your role is cast, your dialogue is written, it's past control. You're like a Sims minion, what to do now but roam around in and out of buildings. Seemingly living, touching ceilings, but there's no feeling. Willing and dealing, but really there's no winning. I'm sinning and sinning, so what I'm defending stuff's like prison, stuck in the life out of reverence. I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings.
Okay, I'm not gonna know if y'all can hear me or not at all. That is a problem. Know if y'all can hear me or not. I might just have to go with the confidence of it. I'm having mic issues today. My cat freaking broke my thing. Broke my earphones. Let me show you the cat. He over here chilling. This dude is a menace. This dude is a menace. He broke my damn earphones. Like, he's a cat dog. Ever heard of a cat breaking your shit? He's a fucking menace. Can y'all see this cat? This cat right here. It's a menace cat right here. Tear shit up all the time. He look like he cool right now, but nah, man. This dude right here be on some shit, bro. Anyways, that's what happened. I haven't had a chance to deal with it. I'm gonna deal with it this coming week, probably. This was the first show, so I didn't know what was gonna happen, but whatever. Here we are. Can y'all freaking hear me? What's gonna happen? Whatever. Here we are. Doesn't sound too. Does it sound too? Does it sound bad? I don't fucking know. Anyways, we're just gonna freaking pretend that y'all can hear me because I don't have no way of being able to tell. I can't even hear myself. That's weird though. It's so weird. I can't figure it out, and I don't have time to figure it out. Pat say I'm not feeling well. I probably won't join unless things really get out of hand. Well, anyways, keep your light. Keep your light. That's the name of the show. Don't let them take your light. Don't let them take your light. You know, we're in a political atmosphere that's supercharged because we got election year, and also we got like a extra divided country as a result of social media, the legacy media, you know, just to Hollywood. It's like everything is pushing this this partisan politics, culture wars thing we got going on, and everything is supercharged. And it's like, don't let them take your light. You know, the ones that's out here trying to make a difference, trying to make things right or whatever, you know, stand on your square, you know, and stand on what you believe in. Keep your integrity, keep your character, you know, keep your smile, keep your good intentions of things. You make a mistake, you fall down, and you get up, and you go at it again. And it's simple as that. You know what I mean? You're only competing with yourself. That's it. So you want to win. You want to win. You don't want that guy to win. You know how you self-sabotage yourself, and you know you're your own worst enemy. And don't let that guy win. Don't let that girl win. Keep your light. Anyways, that's enough of that. I cannot hear, so it's really messing with me. Anyways, that's enough. Pet says I can hear you. Well, I can't hear me, so that's a problem. I'm gonna play something just so that I can get my freaking brain like going, because I'm distracted as hell right now. And I need something. I really kind of want to play with these settings, but freaking Taylor Swift, how did this happen? How did we get to the point where Taylor Swift is dominating the freaking and not for her music? Like, what is going on? How did we get here? What is this world that we're living in? You know, you got political folks talking about Taylor Swift. You got some serious folks out here talking about Taylor Swift. Oh my God. Like, are they that afraid of Taylor Swift, or is it just a media cycle? You know, it's just a trend. It's just a moment, you know, because that's what I think it is. But, you know, what do I know? I'm just a guy freaking, because she said something about getting voters. She made it easier for voters. She put a link on her website for people to register to vote. And it's like, what would they be so mad about that about? I don't understand, you know, she's gonna manipulate something like, I mean, people registering to vote doesn't. I really just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. How did this happen? How did we get to the point where it's like Taylor Swift is a political topic? I don't know, man. The Super Bowl is coming. I guess even though Taylor Swift won't be performing, she'll be there, right? I mean, so I guess that's a thing. You know, it's just gonna add to the views of the Super Bowl, I think. Ultimately, other than that, I don't know what else. It's a crazy world we living in, man. Crazy, crazy effing world. How did we get here? Chinese hackers. I'm trying to decide on what I want to do here. Anyway, since I mentioned Taylor Swift, let's do this. Give me 1 second. Oh, we're getting this. That's circle.
Talk about Taylor Swift.
Indeed, we do. Yeah. So
Indeed we do. Indeed we do.
Speaking of important political issues, Taylor Swift.
the most
Crystal.
important political issues.
We have to talk about Taylor Swift.
Indeed, we do. Yeah. So there's a
It
lot
was hard
going
for her
on.
to say
I
that.
really need you to explain this to me, Emily, because I can't say that I really understand.
Ah, I'm sorry. I'm pressing too many buttons. I'm sorry, y'all. I am tripping. Indeed, we do. She had a hard time saying that. She was like, we really have to talk about Taylor Swift? Indeed, we do.
Is dating this football player, and it's become this whole thing. And there was whole freak out over their relationship and the fact she'd be on camera at his games. And this has sparked some next level conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
And it's not really confined to like one or two right-wing influencers.
No.
This is like really taken root and has sparked an entire genre of Taylor Swift, deep state, Joe Biden conspiracy theories. In some ways, it was kicked off by Vivek Ramaswamy. Let's put this up on the screen. So he says, I wonder who's going to win the Super Bowl next month, because the Kansas City Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl, and that's the team that Taylor Swift's boyfriend, Travis Kelce, plays for. And I wonder if there's a major presidential endorsement coming from an artificially culturally propped up couple this fall. Just some wild speculation over here. Let's see how it ages over the next 8 months. Okay, so the theory here is that the Super Bowl will be rigged to benefit Taylor Swift, who already has been an A-list pop star for like a decade at this point, at least. At least a decade at this point. Okay, so, and somehow that's going to enable a Joe Biden endorsement, which is going to be a real game changer because, yeah, celebrity endorsements really seem to make a huge difference in politics. That's the theory that's being floated here by Vivek, but he was far from alone. As I mentioned, there's been a whole raft of additional commentary and theories about what's really going on here. We've got a smattering of this commentary for you to sample. Let's take a listen.
America's pop star celebrity sweetheart joins forces with the top dog in the NFL, playing for the team that's going to the Super Bowl. I mean, let's be real here. This is bread and circuses on steroids. Major League Sports, in and of itself, is nothing but a psyop. Get kids plugged into the cycle of going to public indoctrination camps, playing sports for their school, and going to games. Many end up devoting their entire childhood to competing in various sports, only to be cut from the team, at which point they become brainwashed into supporting professional teams because they know their dreams of becoming a pro athlete will probably never happen. So then they become obsessed with some grown man who gets paid millions of dollars every year to throw a ball around while promoting poison death shots and child slave labor through various brand deals and endorsements.
that was long-winded. Oh man, I'm getting tired of hearing her voice, I ain't gonna lie. But yeah, the part where she said getting paid millions of dollars to throw a ball around, I kind of sympathize with that line.
So sad. Imagine being so brainwashed by sports, you actually show up to your team stadium to shovel snow for free so you can watch a bunch of grown men who are overpaid tackle each other.
Sure seems like something that is like concocted in order to.
She said grown men who are overpaid tackle each other. Like, I don't know, that sounded kind of sexual to me. Like, was she fantasizing about something? Oh. What was she thinking?
Accelerate the fame of these two people, get them to the Super Bowl, the largest screens on earth, get maybe like a proposal after the game. This is what I think is going to happen. There's going to be like some type of proposal.
Or maybe she just bought into all the lies about conservatives and Republicans, that they're racist, sexist, and homophobic, and xenophobic, and transphobic, and Islamophobic, that Republicans and conservatives want dirty air and water, and a total ban on all abortion with no exceptions. If she believes all that, she is believing a lie, because those talking points are simply untrue. Now, I'm just saying, maybe she wants to think twice before making a decision about 2024.
That was just
Man, freaking! But you know what I think? I think it shows the corporatization of our media. Like, it shows to, like, it's the monetization of everything. Like, everybody wants to be a YouTuber, like, and a media influencer now. It's like that's the thing. The kids. One of my kids said that. Maybe they both said that at one point. And it's like, oh, you want to be a media influencer. It's like, but how it connects to this story is clicks. Taylor Swift is mad popular. Like, whether you listen to her music or not, you can love her or hate her. That doesn't, the numbers don't lie. She's super popular. Okay. Like, her music plays nonstop. Okay. And she has like crazy screaming fans, like Michael Jackson fans. You know what I mean? Like Usher fans. She got some intense Beyonce fans. You know what I mean? So, like, that is a thing. But what I'm saying is, if you're making a media story, let's say you're a YouTuber, you're a media influencer, and you want to get some clicks, boom, Taylor Swift. Talk about Taylor Swift. Now, how ironic is it that I'm sitting here saying that people talk about Taylor Swift? I really wasn't planning on covering this story in my defense. It just kind of popped up, but whatever. Here we are. But talking about Taylor Swift, getting clicks, that's what it's all about. So making money is for the advertisers. The advertisers don't care how the clicks were made, or what reason they came for the clicks. Maybe they care a little bit so that they can specify their market, looking for their market or whatever. But overall, the clicks is what matter. There's going to be some advertiser out there that's going to want to pay for those clicks, and the media knows this. So, it really doesn't matter who the audience is. There's somebody going to be interested in reaching that particular audience, and you have the clicks to prove that you have an audience there. Okay, so boom, you got the news media is like, we talked about Trump on the show and how the news media made Trump. Really, they really did. They made Trump, and they didn't realize. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. Who knows? But they were covering him at the beginning when he ran the first time as like a joke, and it was funny, and it got clicks, and it was people hate watching or whatever. You know what I mean? And then they didn't realize that it was a huge segment of the audience that wasn't finding it funny, that wasn't hate watching. They were into it, and it blowed his already status, the status he already had. It blowed it up to on a global scale. And so, yeah, all they care about is making money. So boom, they cover Trump, making fun of Trump. Right now they're covering Taylor Swift. I think that it's not, you do have a huge crowd of people who are feeling the conspiracy theories related to Taylor Swift. That's the reason why things can spread, is because you have people that are sympathetic to the ideas. But at the same time, it's really just them clickbaiting. It's not really clickbait because they're giving you what you want, but they are creating content for clicks. Okay. Now, do they really believe that there's some kind of conspiracy theory related to the Super Bowl and Taylor Swift, like them giving the Chiefs the win? Maybe it's some people that believe that, but do those people that's in the media, are they the ones that's believing that? You know what I mean? Are they thinking that way really? I don't think so. I think that these people are just making clips for clicks. Pat says, what direction does Swift lean politically? She's leaning Democrat. She is pushing that. That's the reason why the right wing are the ones that jumped on board, trying to say that she wants to swing the election, or she's going to have some influence on the election by putting up a thing that says people can vote, on her website, or register to vote. And but hey, that doesn't mean all of those people are going to register Democrat just because it's on her website. You know what I'm saying? And, she has an influence on people, but I don't think that she's going to influence what political party they're going to be affiliated with. You know what I'm saying? Like, they got the pressure of their parents and their household, their friends, their neighbors. All of their friends can love Taylor Swift and still vote Republican. The NFL has always controlled who ends up in the playoffs and Super Bowl. I gotta for a little bit, I have to kind of like sympathize with those words, because one of the reasons why I pretty much stopped watching, there's a list of reasons, but I only watch TV like that at work anyways. I don't have no choice. I'm at work and it's on all the screens, but I'm not turning on that shit at the house. Like, I'm not doing that shit. And so part of the reason why I used to feel like any given Sunday, it was any given Sunday, and any team could beat any team, on any given Sunday. And that would make me enjoy it, because like, I always felt like some of the other sports were more rigged, if you will, than the NFL. So, but then the more I watch the NFL, the more I'm like, some of this stuff, is a little suspect. To this day, I still think that the NFL is less rigged than the other major sports here in the United States. I think like football, soccer, like global football, I think that it's like really difficult to rig that. It's so many moving parts. Like, I don't think there's very much of that going on in global, like football and soccer, what I'm talking about. And then, the next down the list would be American football. And then freaking all of the rest of them are very manipulated, I would say. I think, in my opinion. What do I know? I'm just a guy. So, yeah, maybe it's true to some extent, but I think there's surprises. It's just that when you think about all of the betting that happens in these big wigs, people have power and control, and people have access, and with that access, they want to win their bet. So they're going to hedge their bets. They want to make sure that they're going to win. So if they can have an influence on it, then they will. Calling up some guy to, call a player, somebody that's a player on the team, getting a phone call from some really rich and powerful person, hey, that don't sound too crazy to me. Or a referee, or, anyone that's can influence the outcome of the game, getting a phone call from somebody and, motivating them one way or the other. Pat says, I must also admit that a certain political party does like to use famous people to push their political agenda. Well, I mean, that's fair game, right? I've seen many videos of, I remember, I'm a big fan of Juvenile, and he made a song about getting the jab. And I want to say he made a song about going and voting Democrat or something like that. That don't have no influence on me or who I'm going to vote for or which political affiliation I'm going to have or if I'm going to get the jab or not. And I think it's a lot of people out there like that, that are like me, that are, you know, hey, I could be a fan of the guy, but just because he does a commercial, I mean, I could see that influencing the kids. The kids, you're young, but that's why most of you can't vote until you're 18. But if you're young, let's say you just turned 18 and you're a fan of some rapper or singer or whatever, and then they tell you what a political affiliation you should have and who you should vote for, and it actually sways you and makes you leads you to that decision. You know, maybe people that can be pushed like that are people that are already undecided, I guess. I saw a video too, and they said that the election is going to be determined by the undecided voter. And, you know, maybe that's true in past elections. That's why they can say that with confidence. And I could see that being true. You know, the swing voter, the person that's, you know, has a passive, you know, they're not into politics, basically. You know, and maybe they don't know much about it. They don't care to know much about it or whatever. They're the undecided voter. So that person, maybe I could see that person being influenced to vote for their favorite singer or rapper or something. But I just, the rest of us who's been watching politics or involved in politics or just a fan of it and into it, the rest of us are already, you know, pretty much decided or whatever. And even if we're not, a rapper or singer is not about to lean our decision one way or the other. He says, we must admit that a certain political party uses famous people. I read that. He says, some people are simple enough to do what their favorite artist is. Yeah, I guess so. Either way, it's not enough for that really explains the hysteria related to the Taylor Swift stuff. Like, this is crazy.
Just, you know, the tip of the iceberg.
There was a lot more of that. Yeah.
That dude, Benny Johnson, who we had a little clip of, he also put out this tweet that I have to read for you because it really does check every box. He says, by now everyone knows Taylor Swift is a government psyop, and this is exactly why corporate media is having a meltdown about it. By the way, you all seem to be the ones having the meltdown, just to say. 4 years ago, the Pentagon Psychological Operations Unit pitched NATO about turning Taylor Swift into a social influence asset. In 2019, George Soros bought her entire music catalog. In 2020, she came out as a raging liberal Joe Biden supporter after previously being politically neutral. In 2023, her Eras tour raked in higher revenue than the GDP of 50 countries. In 2023, she helped register over 35,000 new voters with a single Instagram post. And now she's dating a Pfizer and Bud Light agent in the NFL.
Agent.
Apparently he does like ads for them or whatever, and that was part of the freak out. The most watched live sport in America. Even the NYT wrote a story on how Biden is courting her for an endorsement and how he wants to appear on stage with her. Emily, you don't have to be a conspiracy theorist to put it all together. You just have to be paying attention.
That's my favorite part. You just have to be paying attention. And yeah, I mean, I know Benny. Benny has a lot of support, and he's like very popular on the right. So I can't excuse this one in a lot of ways. You know, like it is legitimately true that sometimes the media will take, it's called nut picking. We'll take quotes from a crazy leftist or a crazy like hardcore conservative and paint the entire movement that way and say conservatives en masse are freaking out about Taylor Swift. This was actually so widespread among people on the right that we have a big story up at the Federalist today with the headline that is simply "Stop trying to make Taylor Swift as a psyop happen," telling people like there's actually something very conservative about Taylor Swift, who has rocketed to astronomical degrees of fame, falling in love with this like middle American football player who, if people know about the Kelceys, are still like pretty humble. His brother Jason is just like a total bro. And I have a friend that Sagar knows who I was talking to him the other day about this. And he was like, I don't know why conservatives are so upset. The bros are back. Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift, the bros are back. The bros have never been back so hard. It is time for the bros to like reclaim their territory because Travis Kelce is like the ultimate bro and he just got the ultimate girl. And there's something, you know, in a way, as conservatives have now rebutted the other conservatives saying, you know, let them be, you know, happy. And if they want to get married, because there's been leaks about an engagement, like all power to them.
Good for them. Yeah,
you're
supposed to.
Yeah, it's funny, man, because yeah, the whole thing about the bro thing. I saw a post just now before I got on the show about Kelsey's haircut, and people going to the barber and saying, "I want to get the Kelsey." So then that just shows, like, you know, what she's saying about the bro thing is really a thing. So, but how much does that really have anything to do with politics? Like, I don't know that it does have anything to do with politics at all. You know, people are fans of football. They have football fans that want to get their haircut like them. Like, that's just a, you know, that's just a thing. But that's not a thing related to politics and some global conspiracy or something. Like, people love to spin shit. It gets clicks. And then people, what do they say? You repeat a lie long enough that people start to believe it's true or whatever. You know, you make a lie so big that they can't, like, deny it or whatever. And that's what they do. And, you know, we have the media. It's really scary times because, you know, enough people that you respect say this certain thing, then you're going to automatically start to believe it. And they could be getting deceived themselves and not have good information. Bad news spreads fast. Lies spreads faster.
Support marriage, right?
Yes,
That's supposed to be like a conservative family value situation.
Yeah.
I actually think that part of why there's a freak out is because a lot of conservatives feel like she should have been one of them. She's like, you know, football, they feel like culturally this is one of the few cultural areas where we have some sort of traction, very popular in middle America, etc. And she originally had, I mean, first of all, she became a star at such a young age, and she did just stay completely, she didn't say anything political. She came on the scene as more of like a country star and out of Nashville and whatever. And then she politically came out in 2018 when she opposed Marsha Blackburn for Senate in Tennessee. And I mean, her politics are very like plain vanilla resistance of lib.
Exactly.
Like some 90% of Hollywood. There's nothing, she's not been particular. I mean, she really has been fairly non-political. She very occasionally will weigh in. She did endorse Biden last time around. But the panic and the freak out over this is also preposterous to me because there's some, I feel like the Biden people are deluding themselves about this too, that a Taylor Swift endorsement is going to mean absolutely anything. Like, if we learned nothing from Hillary Clinton, she had every celebrity endorse her. They were doing concerts with Jay-Z and Beyonce and whatever. Did that matter? Is Hillary Clinton, was she president of the United States? No. So the idea that Taylor Swift's endorsement is going to be the game changer for the election is also, to me, so incredibly silly. So there's so many levels of this genuine freak out that I can't understand. And then I do have to go back to that Allison's Angle clip that we played where she was like,
I don't know who that is.
Not only is Taylor Swift a psyop, professional sports are a psyop, youth sports that you put your kids in, you know, the Parks and Rec League or whatever that your kids are playing, and that's a psyop too. I can't imagine messaging that is more poisonous to just like regular Americans going about their lives. If they heard that, would be like, what the hell is wrong with you? What are you on? And I want no part of whatever your political project is here.
Weren't you like a youth sports champion?
I was a swimmer. Yes.
So
back in my day,
I am spoken like actually. Somebody who was brainwashed by the youth sports.
That's right.
Well, the other thing, we could go on forever about this. I think you're right about people thinking that Taylor Swift was one of them. Taylor Swift, a lot of people forgot. She had a song where she originally, the lyric was, "That's fine, I'll tell mine that you're gay," about like friends. Do you remember this? Yeah, I think it was "Picture to Burn." It was like her first or second record, and she said, I think at one point, that she was Republican. She had given signaling in the other direction, and then got really famous, and did the Welcome to New York, moved to New York thing, kind of the small town girl archetype, moving to New York City,
to the big city,
and seemed to like be liberal, so people could project all of that onto Taylor Swift. That as she got wealthy, she became more liberal, and maybe there's something to that because the arc potentially like of her signaling where she was politically might follow that, but that's not just Taylor Swift. That's very common, and I don't find her politics to be that compelling. I think she's been like very snobbish about her politics, honestly, and I've written about that before. But
so yeah, it is a really weird dynamic where the liberals, the real liberals, the ones, they are very rich folks. Like a lot of folks, I I tend to lean in a direction related to education. You know what I'm saying? That ends up um, impacting your political leanings. And I'm not trying to be offensive, but that's just how I feel. But there is something related to the money too, because um, these people get really paid, they get really wealthy, and they tend to be liberals. And and that is revealing, I think, in some ways. It's like if you are a billionaire and you feel like people should have things, then why don't you like use your money to make a difference and like not giving to charities, but actually like helping people. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think there's some of them out there that do real philanthropy, but I think most of the time it's just tax write-offs for them. Um, a lot of times it's that, even when it's them building a school or whatever, sometimes it's about making money. They make more money. So, you know, I don't know. It seems like if you really want to help people, how could you even become a billionaire? Because you're going to be giving your money away, not to say that that's a smart thing to do. I'm just saying the philosophy, the liberal philosophy should be anti-billionaire. You know what I mean? Those two shouldn't really fit together, theoretically. You could be comfortable and wealthy, but to the point of a billionaire, then that's pretty excessive. You know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do with that? You know what I mean? With that money, that at that point, you can't even spend that money. You know what I mean? You can make bad decisions the rest of your life and most likely be okay, So how can you say that you're a billionaire and you're a liberal at the same time? That I have a problem with that. It's not working out. He says there are more billionaires. That's what I was saying. I know that that's true. I know it's true. I don't know. There's a psychology with that. So, something untrustworthy is in that idea of that there's so many billionaires and they tend to be liberals, and their politics was probably different before they got rich. So there's something to that for sure. Let me make sure y'all can hear me because I got anxiety. Make sure y'all can hear me because I can't hear myself, so I'm struggling. Let's see. What's his name? Killer Mike got a Grammy, got 3 Grammys tonight and arrested. He's a rock and roll star now. Shouts out to Killer Mike. The album was good too. I have it on my playlist. It's good. But I would say that he didn't really have much competition because a lot of the stuff they're making is so trash. And I'll also say that who cares what the Grammys think? I used to think that way about it's something to celebrate or whatever, but it's like, how can these people really? Anyways, I don't want to even go there. I used to do music, so I have strong feelings in that area that people may not really understand. So, but yeah, Killer Mike, the album was good. He got 3 Grammys and he got arrested. And Jay-Z, they gave him the like a Lifetime Achievement Award or something like that. And I wish I could play his speech because his clip was really good and really good, inspiring. Killer Mike's was too. He was like, don't let them tell you you're too old. He was like, dreams do come true. Keep on trying, because Killer Mike is older, and the rap music tends to be dominated by like 20-year-olds, early 20s. And he's up there near my age, and I don't know if he's as old as I am, but anyways. And the Jay-Z speech was really good. He was like, what did he say? He said, don't give up. Just keep on doing it, until they say you're a genius, or they say you're the greatest, or they put you on a chair, put you in a, on the chair of the freaking company or whatever. Like, just keep doing your thing and keep grinding. I really liked it a lot. So of course, the clip that would come up would be the one he said was, it says, some of you are going to go home tonight and feel like you've been robbed. Some of you may get robbed. Some of you don't belong in the category. Sorry, when I get nervous, I tell the truth. Yeah, that was a negative, the negative part of the clip. So of course that, like I said earlier, negativity travels fast. That was the negative part of his clip. But he went on to say some really good stuff. It says Jay-Z had some poignant words for the Recording Academy at the 66th Annual Grammy Awards ceremony. While accepting the Dr. Dre Global Impact Award at the Crypto.com Arena in Los Angeles on Sunday, the rapper called out the Academy for snubbing his superstar wife, Beyonce, for Album of the Year. During his passionate speech, which he delivered besides his 12-year-old daughter, Blue Ivy, Jay-Z pointed out Beyonce's 32 Grammy victories and questioned why she hasn't won one of the awards show's biggest honors, despite scoring the most Grammys in history. Yeah, he had a point with that. But look how big Dr. Dre is. It's the Dr. Dre Global Impact Award. They named the award after Dr. Dre. That's like Global Impact Award. Wow. At the Crypto.com Arena. Crypto put their name on that. He said, keep my name out your mouth. Actually, keep my name in your mouth. The more you say it, the more money I make. Oh, let me see. I know what I want to do. Can I do this on here? Let's see. Yeah, this one right here, check it out right quick. It says Texas Senator demands Ken Paxton rule against universal income program. We can't just hand out money like popcorn. So it's a senator putting pressure on Ken Paxton, which is the Texas AG. He's been getting in trouble too. Like his name, he's so famous now. So it says a Texas senator demands Ken Paxton rule against universal income. And he says, we can't just hand out money like popcorn. And it's a program that's very limited in like HISD, and they're doing like a lottery. And it's like people who are in specific zip codes can apply. And then they're going to, through a lottery, choose a number of people who are going to receive like, I think it's $500 or $750. It's not nothing too crazy a month. I don't know what the number is. They're going to receive that amount a month, every month, with no stipulations on how they spend it. And they're going to do like a study to see how that works out or whatever. It says a state senator in Texas says one state county's universal basic income program that would give people $500 a month is unconstitutional. Receive $500. Republican State Senator Paul Bettencourt sent a letter to Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton on January 12th, asking if the program enacted in Harris County, which includes Houston, last year in a 4-1 vote violated the gift prohibition clause in the state's constitution, for Fox News reported. So he's arguing that it violates the Constitution. And this thing was voted in already. It says, we just can't hand out money like popcorn on street corners to people that walk by, Bettencourt told Fox News. So that is absolutely not how it's going to work. Like, it says, if you advertise what's clearly a no strings, I hope I got the rest of this, universal basic income, and you do a lottery by zip codes, I'm very concerned that this is just fundamentally violating the gift clause of the Texas Constitution, which says the states can't give money with no strings attached, Bettencourt told the outlet. The program, dubbed Uplift Harris, is a guaranteed income program similar to a universal basic income, except money is given to specific community members rather than distributed to people regardless of their needs or income. The pilot program, which initially received more than 48,000 applicants, started on January 12th and will distribute $500 a month to 1,924 applicants for 18 months. So $500 a month to less than 2,000 people for 18 months. It says it's going to cost $20 million. It says costing $20 million in COVID-19 American Rescue Plan funds. So that's where the money comes from. So they have money left over from that. The Houston Chronicle reported applicants will be chosen at random to participate in the program, according to the Uplift Harris website. Bettencourt asked Paxton in a letter to provide an opinion on the constitutionality of the county's program. What I wonder is, what problem do y'all have with these people getting money? Like, it's not coming from your tax dollars anyways, if it's coming out of this COVID rescue relief plan or whatever the hell. Like, the money obviously is just sitting. So, like, what problem do y'all have with these people getting this money? Like, I don't understand the hate. I don't get it. I know they're not gonna give me the money because I'm not gonna fit their freaking thing. Like, you have to be in like a poor zip code, and then you have to be making less than like $26,000 or some shit like that. Because I remember looking at it when it first came out. Because I was thinking about it, I was like, well, I don't fit that. There's no way, they're not gonna give that to me. But it's like, I don't have a problem with somebody else getting the money, like, whatever, man. I mean, like, bro, they're making less than, I think it's like 21,000 or some shit like that. You're making less than that a year, and you live in like a dilapidated neighborhood. Basically, those are the freaking prerequisites. Like, yeah, like, I guarantee you that $500 a month is going to make a difference in these people's lives. You know what I mean? And then it's coming from money that's just sitting there. What problem do you have with it? It don't have nothing to do with you. It's not going to affect you in any way. Why are you hating on this? It says, I don't like the concept of what I call lottery socialism here because it's based on specific zip codes and it's no strings attached. He said Bettencourt told the outlet that he was concerned about the financial effects and how the largest county in the state adopting such a program could set a precedent for other counties to follow suit. So, okay, all right, you don't want nobody to be doing this. So, like, that's one of the reasons why you don't want. Somebody else might do this. They might think it's a good idea. The information might come back from the thing that shows that it helps or something. And then these other counties going to start doing it. Like, then we just going to have people handing out money willy-nilly. Like, we can't do that. That's a problem. It says that's a $600 million expenditure, and that would have to be done by country property tax money, Bettencourt said. So these are important issues to decide before we just get involved in a discussion of what people think is a solution to a problem, but without ignoring whether the solution is legal in the first place. Unfortunately, the county judge down here was talking about expanding the program to cover people that cross the border illegally. Now there's enough money in anybody's government budget for all of this. He says now there's just not enough money in anybody's government budget for this. So of course you would throw on the whole immigrant thing just to wrap it up perfectly to be like, this is why you should be against this happening because it just might, somebody might decide to give some of this money to some people who cross the border illegally. That could possibly happen. You can't say it can't, it won't happen. Like, what the F? I don't understand the hate, man. I don't understand, like, what problem do you have with these, people getting money? So you're just gonna throw some stuff in there about immigrants. Oh, it could end up being immigrants. Whenever it's some kind of social program that actually helps people, they always push against it. They try to squash it out. Like anything that actually helps people in any way. It's like, we can't make money off of this. Like, but you can. These people gonna be spending that money on something. What businesses do you have out there? Do you have some kind of business out there that these people can spend that $500 on a month? That's the way you should be looking at it. Not, I don't want these people to get the money. I mean, shit, they might end up getting out of poverty or some shit. They might end up cleaning up enough to get a better job or some shit. You know what I mean? They might end up moving to my neighborhood with that $500. Fuck. It says Uplift Harris is not extended to illegal immigrants. However, Fox reported that a Harris County judge is looking for cash assistance programs as an alternative to support those who are ineligible for the guaranteed income program. So, okay, so that means that this guy's going to be looking into something to give it to illegal immigrants. Like, how can I give the money to some illegal immigrants? Like, how can I pull that off? There's a judge somewhere in the United States thinking that they're working on it. It says in a response to Betancourt's letter obtained by Houston political media, Harris County Attorney Christian Menifee said the program does not violate the state constitution because the gift clause allows counties to distribute cash assistance to fulfill a public purpose designed to benefit the entire country. Yeah, I doubt if they can actually prove, that it's unconstitutional. But that's not the point. As long as they can throw some doubt and somebody to freaking try to stop it. But it's already been passed, so how would they even do that? And so when it comes back around for some kind of vote or something because they're not going to stop this. It'll probably be another program that'll come around, and then they'll say, they did that other program, now they're doing this. You have to stop it. It's going to possibly end up in some illegal immigrants' hands. Oh my God. We can't just hand out money willy-nilly. We can't be doing that. It says they help anything that could possibly help struggling people. Oh yeah, this story right here. Can y'all hear me? Am I losing y'all? Oh yeah, this story right here. Said I skipped a comment. What comment? More liberals. I said that one. They do not believe what they say. Is that the one? I probably didn't even see it or something. Yeah, let's go back to this. It says Judge Lina Hidalgo goes off on massive pay raise for Harris County employee. It feels insanely icky, Judge Lina Hidalgo said of the nearly 40% salary increase. Yeah, man, this story sounds really strange to me too. Like, let's read it together. The clips that I put in here anyways. It says, Harris County Judge Lina Hidalgo confronted members of the Commissioner's Court after Harris County Toll Road Authority Executive Director Robert Trevino received a nearly 40% raise. So yeah, this is local stuff. I tend to not cover local stuff that much, but I've been telling myself I should cover local stuff more. It says one of Harris County's highest paid employees at $350,000 a year was just offered a nearly 40% increase in salary, and Judge Lina Hidalgo wants no part of it. And usually I cover this kind of stuff to my Instagram audience, but I don't cover it on the show usually, this kind of stuff. This has been on my page for a little while already. It's kind of old. It's not old like more than a month old. It's like weeks old. It says Harris County leaders approve an increase in Harris County Toll Road Authority Executive Director Robert Trevino's salary by 39%, increasing his overall yearly pay from around $350,000 to nearly $500,000. $350 to $500. This dude is a half a millionaire a year now. Very nice pay right there. That's in the 1 percentile for sure. There's not very many people who make that a year. Maybe 5%. I think it's in the 1 percentile. Houston, Texas, September 21. Roberto Trevino, executive director, is shown at the Sam Houston Tollway Plaza. He received a nearly 40% salary increase, angering Judge Lena Hidalgo. So that's like the little clip. So Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo walked in shortly after. Surprised her colleagues had started without her. This is a 39% raise for one person that they did the math in the back office, which I stepped out of because it feels insanely icky. She said, I don't know what's behind it, but nobody is so good that they deserve a 40% salary increase overnight. Oh, that's all I put on here. Yeah, there's a whole article. Did I skip through it? I didn't put any more of it on here. So yeah, this guy, he's over like the trains. I mean the toll road. He's over the Harris County toll road deal, and it's like it's weird because like they said, one of the things they said in the article was that, you know, he deserves the money. He did some really cool projects, like he built a freeway over the ship channel or whatever. And that is no small thing, I have to say. Like the engineering in that had to be crazy. But I know he wasn't the engineer, but I guess he was over the project. But it still sounds fishy. Freaking they took the tollway people out. Okay, ever since COVID, the people who collect the money in the tolls, they are gone. And they haven't come back. And I wonder, all the money that they were paying those people, they had people at every stop along the tollway. It 2, 3, 4, depending on the stop, it could be a bigger stop. A lot of people. And then you had security on top of the people who did that. So all of those people who were getting paid for those jobs are no longer in the system. And they said something about lowering fares, but I don't know that I saw anything about lowering fares. So you don't have to pay these toll workers. You're collecting the same amount of money that you was collecting before. I wonder how much that increase in revenue has to do with this guy's increase in his salary, you know? I wonder about that. And I wonder about that related to society, because we have this major conglomerate thing going on that everything keeps consolidating. And you need less workers, or you can move your workers over to China or to Mexico, which has been happening a lot lately. So that you can pay people less, you can make more profit or whatever. So, and then it creates this class of people who are the ones who are the executives, right? And they're making all of this money. And then you have like this poor class who's scraping to get by, trying to work a job like at a tollway booth, you know? And so then they put in more pressure. It's like this downward pressure, because those particular jobs, like I say, all of the tollway jobs are gone. All of those people had to go find something else to do, you know? But then you have these executives who are now making more money as a result of it, is what I'm saying. I might be speculating here, but that's just what I think. And I think this is happening across the nation. Maybe this could be a global phenomenon that's happening, where it's like I say, these conglomerates, they keep on merging and they become bigger and stronger. And you squeeze out a lot of jobs when you do that. And then you pay your executives more, and the company is making more money. Everything becomes super corporatized, and they don't care about the employees, and they don't care about the products or services that they're providing either, because they're so big, they don't have any competitions. They know you don't have no choice but to go to them for whatever product or service they have. And that's the world that we're living in, where there's an illusion of choice, where people don't have no choice but to either work for one of the big conglomerates. And however they want to deal with you is how they're going to deal with you. They got power. Nobody can tell them nothing. They have their money in their hands, in the pockets. The politicians' hands are in their pockets. Well, their whole freaking body is in their pockets. They look in there and be like, Chuck Schumer, what you doing in there? What are you doing in there? Bernie Sanders? Get out of here. I don't need you today. Go find something to do. This one right here, I just kind of wanted to cover this. It's a horrible ass story right here. Fucking terribly sad. And it says father of, and that's not the one I was thinking of, but anyways, there's another one. It says father of Kaylin Gillis, woman shot dead after pulling into wrong driveway, expresses profound relief over conviction of his daughter's killer. Got her justice. So yeah, it's weird to me that somebody could get mad about somebody, what kind of world do we live in? You trying to turn around, you're in a neighborhood, maybe you're in a cul-de-sac or whatever it is, you got lost, you went down the wrong street, and you pull up in the driveway so that you could turn around and go back the other way, and somebody comes out and pops you before you can even get pulled out of the driveway. Like, how paranoid are you? What kind of way do you live your life that you're so particular about somebody turning around in your driveway? God, where does the hate? You got a heart full of hate. So it says the guy who did this got convicted. The one who shot the girl for pulling in the wrong driveway. Obviously the wrong driveway. It says the father of Kaylin Gillis, the 20-year-old upstate woman who was shot dead when she accidentally pulled into a wrong driveway, expressed his profound relief. I had that article too. I kind of wanted to read that article, but where's the one this is the one I'm looking for. Man sexually assaulted in Texas jail after AI wrongly identifies him in a robbery. So this guy wrongly identified, because they're using AI now a lot more in law enforcement. The AI made a mistake, wrongly identifies this guy. He goes to jail and gets screwed over, literally. It says a Texas man has filed a lawsuit alleging wrongful arrest and subsequent assault in jail, citing the use of artificial intelligence technology as a contributing factor. What a terrible story, man. God. I hope he gets paid, but that's not going to be fixed. They need to fix the problem. Go and figure out how the hell did that happen and make sure that doesn't happen to nobody again. How many other people get wrongfully convicted or wrongfully taken to jail just while they're trying to figure shit out? I don't know. I know you're in a county or whatever before you just actually go to lockup. I don't think it'd be too much like this happening in like the county, because it's a different setup, a different situation. But what the hell do I know? Like, so he obviously went to prison though. So because he said he was wrongly identified him in a robbery, they must have took him to jail. And so somehow time goes by and he had his lawyers do their job and they determined that he was wrongfully identified. Maybe the actual person who did the robbery got caught. They had better evidence than the AI evidence and they had to let him go or whatever. And that would explain that he would be actually locked up in like a prison, because I don't think that this happens that much really in like the county or whatever, like holding cells and the tanks and stuff like that. But again, what do I know? What a terrible story, man. How many other people are freaking got caught up in a situation, wrong place at the wrong time, and ooh, really, really sad. Um,
A dozen Republican governors are joining with Texas Governor Greg Abbott in his opposition to the Biden administration's policies on immigration. The meeting comes as we're starting to learn more about the bipartisan Senate deal on immigration. The measure is expected to come up for a vote this week, but will Republicans support it? Here's ABC's Faith Abube.
Tonight, with border security taking shape as a key issue in this year's elections, a group of 15 Republican governors converging at the southern border, demanding action from the Biden administration. Texas Governor Greg Abbott hosting his GOP counterparts in the border town of Eagle Pass, accusing the president of abdicating his responsibility to secure the border.
Joe Biden does not need more legislative authority. He just needs a backbone.
The visit comes as border encounters have dropped by more than half this past month, following a record-setting December. According to Customs and Border Protection, agents encountered nearly 250,000 migrants along the southern border, on some days apprehending more than 10,000 migrants in a 24-hour span.
It comes as Senate negotiators have just released the text of a bipartisan national security bill, which includes new border security provisions, something congressional Republicans have demanded for months, but some now shifting their position as former President Trump pushes to tank the bill. Trump writing on social media this week, quote, "Call it the stupid bill and make sure it doesn't get passed." House Speaker Mike Johnson, who has suggested the Senate's bill will be dead on arrival in his chamber, today denying House Republicans are taking direction from Trump.
He's not calling the shots. I am calling the shots for the House. That's our responsibility. And I have been seeing this far longer than President Trump has.
His Democratic counterparts blasting the GOP for lining up against the bill before its release.
How can a bill be dead on arrival and extreme MAGA Republicans in the House haven't even seen the text?
And Lindsay, the governor here in Georgia, Brian Kemp, was among the group of governors at the border today. He says border security is now every state's problem, and that if the border is not secure, our country is not secure. He's vowing that if President Biden does not take action, the states will. Lindsay.
Faith, thank you. The battle at the border. More than a dozen Republican governors are joining.
Okay, so it is election year. I got a feeling that we're going to be talking about immigration for the rest of the year. It's going to be every other news story is going to be some immigrant related story. You had the one where the guys were in New York and they scuffled with the police. And then when they got out, then they put the middle finger to the cameras. Yeah, like stuff like this be happening, but it's election year, so they highlight what they want to highlight and they play it over and over and over again, to try to get their point across, but I think that, like I saw a clip where it was this lady, she was with the trucker convoy that came to Texas to go to Eagle Pass and see the situation that was unfolding there. And the lady said in the clip that she was very surprised at what she saw. And she said she saw a couple of people crossing or whatever, but she was surprised that it wasn't what people were saying was an invasion, like this tsunami of immigrants coming across the border down there, and people can argue, okay, it's a huge, long border. You got people coming in different parts or whatever. But in the news, it had been all about the standoff between Texas and the federal government related to that particular part of the border. And the news and the politicians were saying it's a freaking flood of people coming through there and that it's a problem. And so that's the whole reason why the Texas convoy, Army of God, came down there to protect the Texas border. But when they got down there, they just saw a trickle. So, I mean, I don't know. Do with that information what you will. El Salvador, Bukele declares victory in presidential poll. So President Nayib Bukele on Sunday declared himself winner of El Salvador's national election in a landslide, claiming he captured more than 85% of the vote, even though electoral officials have not released any results. Bukele was the heavily favored to win another 5-year term as voters largely cast aside concerns about erosion of democracy to reward him for a fierce gang crackdown that improves security in the Central American country. Yeah. So that's what happened. One comment, it says, if you never lived in El Salvador when there was a civil war and the gangs ran the country, I have 3 words for you. Shut your mouth. I cannot describe and put into words how much my country suffered before this man became president. There is no peace and we are happy. No, it says there is now peace and we are happy. Leave us alone and worry about your own country. Oh, heavy words. That tells me that there is something shady with this guy. You feeling that like that? It says if people are going to argue that he's behaving like a dictator, then be it. But at least he's doing something fundamental and positive for El Salvador. He has my respect and support. You know, the whole idea of the strong man, and that's what's happening. You're having this ripple effect that's happening across the globe in politics related to the strong man. And I think that Trump is a part of that wave that's happening, the strong man wave. Let me read this. It says, great choice. Homicide rates dropped 70% in 2023 in El Salvador. And I hope y'all understand what I mean by strong man. Like, I don't mean like he can lift things. And I don't mean that he's necessarily strong politically or even with power. It's related to the way you do your tactics. It's strong arm tactics. It's strong man tactics. It's where similar to a dictator, a person that, like, you know, shuts things down in certain ways, like, you know, brutal ways, like, you know, not leaving any error area or not leaving no gray areas for things. You know, it's either on or it's off type of thing. Like abortion is an example. A strong man would just make abortion illegal for everybody with no exceptions. That would be the move of a strong man. A strong man would make, you know, drugs illegal, and anyone caught buying or selling drugs can be executed. That's the move of a strong man. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's like extreme measures, you know, and when the people get to the point where they're desperate, then they want a strong man, someone that's going to make things different no matter what the cost or how he does it. Like, they don't care how he pulls it off. They're like, change things now by any means necessary, and regardless of whatever collateral damage happens. So, but I think that, you know, you want people, if you're a powerful person and you want to do strong man moves, you want people to be in desperate situations. So you create them. You do what you can to sow chaos and to create situations where people are desperate, you know? So the things is like talking about, if the gangs are running your country, then how did it get to that point? You know what I mean? For gangs to be powerful, they're always going to be connected to the police and the politicians, okay? So then that means that the police and the politicians are involved in the situation of your city, town, state, country, if it's ran by gangs. Okay, so now if those same people who are tied up into that stuff and somehow benefits from it and ends up being the leader of your country, and they were connected to that situation, that could have been their plan all along. Understand that. It's chess, it ain't checkers. You know, these people aren't playing. They make 10, 20-year plans. They make 30, 40-year plans. And they work on them shits every freaking day. Getting you divided and suffering and starving is the perfect position for you to be in, the masses, if you will, so that they can make the moves that they want to make. It says he also allowed Salvadoran citizens that live here in the U.S. to vote online. Of course, that's a landslide. I think that's a good idea. I really do. I don't know. People might think it's more room for cheating and double voting and stuff, maybe. But I think that they could have like an app that they could download to your phone. And it's not that everybody has to vote that way. If you want to vote old school way, you vote old school way. But you can't do both. They're going to be a record. So, but they could put an app on your phone and they could verify that shit. They have all this damn technology on your phones now for security related stuff. So they can have this as a secure as fucking app on your phone, and you vote through that, and it'll verify your identity, and it'll also track so that you, the same person, wouldn't be able to vote some other kind of way. Think they don't have technology? All the shit we have, come on, they can't work that out. Get the fuck out of here, man. We got fucking ships that can go to the bottom of the ocean. We can see Jupiter clearly. We got people living in space. We got fiber optics. We got the whole planet is connected. It can see each other through cameras and phones and shit. You tell me they can't make a secure app to vote through? It says dictator coming to a theater near you. It says Latin Americans love their dictatorships. It says fascism working. No way this can go wrong. Fascism, that's what I mean. I don't like the way they've been throwing that word around in politics lately because they've been using it in the wrong context. But I think this is a fair context for that. And this is also related to the strongman. And it's also related to the trend that's happening globally, politically. It says, I traveled throughout the whole Salvador and loved it. Hope the gang issues get resolved and the American gangsters maintaining restaurants and hotel chains as a cover up for their drug biz ends eventually. Yeah. So that's what it's all about. A person like him, like his power doesn't completely maintain on his ability to be the strongman. His power has a lot to do with who he's willing to let play ball. That's what it's all about. Who gets to play ball? And those people are powerful because they make a lot of money, and that's what they want to do is just make a lot of money. They don't really care. And so if this guy is pleasing those people, that'll make sure that he gets to stay in his position, because us as the regular folks, we're like powerless. We don't have no choice on who is the leader of the country, really. We think we do with our little vote, but that shit doesn't really matter. But you do have folks that have influence over it. And these folks are like, you know what, bruh, if you don't let us play ball, then, we'll find somebody else who will. And that might not look good for you. So collect this check, deal with the people, tell them what they want to hear or whatever, do your little old job or whatever. But we're going to do our thing over here. And we don't need you getting into that at all. So go over there and do your thing over there. We're going to do our thing over here. And as long as you okay with us doing our thing over here, then you can continue to do your thing over there. Otherwise, we're going to have problems. It says he's completely revolutionized El Salvador. It's a much safer country now. People have jobs. There is money entering the country. Gangs and crime is down by a lot. The only method is being ruthless to the dangerous and reckless individuals that belong to these gangs. They murder women, children, and men alike with no discrimination. He must rule with an iron fist against these kinds of people. Otherwise, there will be no change. He's a great man. May El Salvador prosper under his leadership. Does this not sound like strongman stuff? To those out there who know what I'm talking about, it says he must rule by an iron fist against those kinds of people. Otherwise, there will be no change. He says against these kinds of people. It says he must rule with an iron fist against these kinds of people. Highlight these kinds of people. Otherwise, there will be no change. He is a great man. Highlight, he's a great man. May El Salvador prosper under his leadership. It says haters will hate Bukele forever. It says who the hell cares? It says good unless you're from here, keep your mouth shut. See, why do they keep saying that? Another comment says he should take charge of all Central America. Strong man talk. Another one that says dropping the crime rate is great, but pretty sure their constitution says the president can't serve 2 consecutive terms. See, there goes more scariness. Yeah, he's been in for 5 years. He's going to go for another 5 years. That's 10 years. That's a decade. So that's like a whole era. That's like a whole freaking, all of the children that's going to be born during that time, how it impacts their life. Another comment that says, I said it before and we'll say it again. There's something wrong with this guy. It can't be that good. That's how dictatorship starts. Get the smile on this guy's face. Look at the look in his eye. I don't know. Kind of scary. You say, why is I scaring you? Because you're scary. You said you ain't know him. Because I don't. Why is you lying to me? I ain't. But then why is you crying? Because you scared me. Why is I scaring you? Because you scared me. It says, fathers are so underrated. They spend their whole lives fulfilling our needs, working tirelessly. Why can't I read tonight? Fathers are so underrated. They spend their whole lives fulfilling our needs, working tirelessly while spending barely anything on their own selves. They're so consumed by the thought of financial stability for their families that they barely get the time to communicate. Like, this shit can make me cry. They're so consumed by the thought of financial stability for their families that they barely get the time to communicate. And you just miss life. You just miss life. I try to tell myself to slow down all the time and like just hang out and like listen to my daughter about whatever little random stuff that she wants to talk about. You know, maybe I'm not all that interested in it, but I think about how like there's going to be a time where she's not going to care to share her little situations or thoughts with me. You know, she's going to be moved on or whatever. She just don't have the time to do it, or she's just not motivated to do it or whatever. That's going to come. So when she is doing it, then I just kind of try to be in the moment and enjoy it and take it in for what it is. You know, time is fleeting. It goes by fast. We don't know how long we're going to be here. You know, we don't know when we're taking our last breath, you know. But what really is messing with me with this post is the idea of kind of throwing your life away. You know, you spend your whole life just making sure that others around you are good. You know, you love them. That's why you do it. But it's like when you're not rich, you have to spend all of your time, like the majority of your time, doing that because you gotta go make money, some way, shape, or form. Like people don't care how much the light bill was. It's just that they could turn that light switch when it's necessary, or they could turn on the TV, or they could charge their phone when they want to. Nobody cares how much the rent was or how many fees they had on top of that shit, and the trash fee and the water added to it and whatever. It's just as long as they can put their key in the door and walk in and go lay down in bed or whatever. Nobody cares, like how much you made last week or last month or whatever. I just need those shoes, or I need that outfit for my sports that I play or whatever, and disappointed. You're disappointed when you can't do those things sometimes, when they need a lunch, or they need whatever it is. And you want to be able to give that to them whenever those times come up, because you're going to feel less than a man. You're going to feel less than a parent. You're going to feel less, not useful, So, but like I say, it's the idea of totally throwing your life away too, like, spending all day at work. That's the reason why, and like sometimes I work from morning to night, and I can't just come home and go to sleep, because if I do, well, I have to wind down. But besides that, if I do, then I'm gonna feel really depressed and sad. It's like my whole day just went to work and that's it. Like, what about things that I want to do that fulfill me, other than work? Like, I go to work because I have to pay bills. There's a certain amount of satisfaction that comes along with it, but there's other things that I would like to be doing with my time other than just working all the time. And it's like you only get so much time in your life, and then you spend it all at work. And then I think a lot of times people don't even really appreciate it, what you're really giving away. Like, you're literally giving away your life. First post says, what? Clown emojis. And moms, when will you give respect to them? Okay, we're not talking about moms here. Yes, moms are a thing, and they should be respected. But so should fathers. So why do people come on posts like this and make comments like that when there's a post about cherishing moms? Do you go on that post and say, what about the fathers? Fathers can't get their flowers? They don't deserve it? Man, it's a lot of hate. The name of the show today is Keep Your Light. But in the common thread through all of the stuff I've covered, seems like, is hate. It's a lot of hate to go around. Hate, 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 hate. I hate you, and I hate you only, and I hope all bad things happen to you and only you. Hate, hate, hate. Man, I don't know. That comment right there really just kind of stuck me a little bit, because this is what happens all the time. When it's Mother's Day, happy Mother's Day. When it's Father's Day, what about the moms? That fathers ain't nothing. They ain't nothing. Men ain't nothing. They ain't shit. Damn. There's no good fathers in your life. Where's your father? Did he not be there for you? Didn't give you hugs or something? It was probably your mom who separated y'all two. But you mad at him. And you coming on, you got psychological damage because you coming on father posts talking about moms. You got psychologically damaged. You need to heal. You need some therapy. and you need a hug. This next comment, it says, I think I got the wrong model because mine just gave me trauma. Another one, it says, per usual, people hijack a post and turn it into something else. Can y'all just appreciate and applaud the dads that this does apply to? Sort of proves the ops point. Yep, it sure does. It says, incoming women to justify what they do. We know you do so damn much, and we appreciate it more than you'll ever know. But this one ain't about you. Another one that says, and think about mothers who does everything that a father does, even earn and do household chores without forgetting to love and nurture and communicate. Okay, what about fathers who do that? My daughter's mom passed away when she was 2. They used to call me Mr. Mom when she was younger. So yeah, you got dads that provide and nurture and communicate and do household chores, wash clothes, fold clothes, make beds. Yes, I do all of that. Yes, I do. Because if I don't do it, it don't get done. There's nobody else here to do it. I come home from work and do that shit. It says, I just appreciate your dad. It says, just appreciate your dad and move on. I think this post is about dad and not a debate about which parent is better. Another one, it says, just providing money does not make good fathers. What is wrong with, these are all women who are making these comments too. You can see in their profile pics. Y'all have been hurt. And all the comments about, it's just dad post, it's all men. See, this is the chick that just said the last one I read. Papa doing chores. And then this is the one, appreciate your dad and just move on. It says, just providing money does not make good fathers. That's a female. At least it looks like it in that picture. Hard to tell these days. It says, that father once was at his 20s and he chose to have unprotected sex with any. I can't read today. That father once was at his 20s and he chose have unprotected sex without any provision for kids. That's why he has to suffer the whole life. Please do not romanticize the struggle. The father struggles because of his own stupid choices. And I struggle to read that because you can't freaking organize sentences very or spell. Okay, the father was once in his 20s and he had unprotected sex. Okay. The mother had to be there too in her 20s, and she also had to have unprotected sex. That's the only way the baby was born. It wasn't just the father involved. It takes two. It takes a sperm and an egg. Okay, without one or the other, it doesn't work out. Okay, so like the father did his part, the mother did her part too. They worked together on making that baby. Okay. He says without any provisions, that's why he has to suffer his whole life. So the father should have to suffer, not the mother though, right? The mother's good. She's good. She chose to have unprotected sex too, but she don't get to suffer her whole life. She's not supposed to suffer. It says, please do not romanticize the struggles. The father struggles because of his own actions. Okay, I can go with that last part. I can accept that, but it's not really like you have a baby. You could choose not to take care of the child, right? At that point, would you be in the struggle? Or do you mean it's a struggle because the father can't see his child and he's getting his child freaking kept from him and he has a hole in his heart as a result? Which struggle are we talking about here? Please do not romanticize the struggles. Like anybody who has a kid, and it doesn't even matter what your tax bracket is, there's going to be a struggle related to caring for a kid, bro. All parents are struggling with caring for their children. Like all of them are. Everyone. It doesn't have anything to do with sexual fucking denomination or tax bracket or racial background. Like you freaking, it's a struggle to take care. If you don't have any kids, then I guess you understand. I mean, I guess I understand that you don't understand that it's a struggle for all people who's taking care of children, because money doesn't help necessarily with that. Now you can pay for somebody to take care of the kid or whatever, but then that's not you taking care of the kid, actually. You know what I mean? Any amount of time that you spend interacting with the child is a struggle, okay? It's not fucking rainbows and butterflies, bro. It's like the most complex thing you've ever had to do in your life. Like, and there's no book or manual that works for your specific child, because your child is an individual and is different from all the rest of them. Can't nobody tell you. A real parent knows their kid, and they know freaking their little intricate things. Like, they probably know what they're going to say before they say it. They know what they like to eat. They know what they like to do with their time. The door is closed and the kid's in the room, and you know what they're fucking doing in there. That is if you're a parent and you're going through the struggle. If you give the struggle away, then you don't know those things. This one, it says, am I the only one that thinks this is dumb? Your children will prefer a healthier relationship with you rather than a lavish lifestyle. Unless, of course, you're a blunt and provide both simultaneously. I don't know what this space is there. But I think this person is kind of missing it. It's like, you have to go to work. Unless you're rich, you have to go to work to pay the bills. And that's what we're talking about here. We're just talking about, we're not talking about a lavish lifestyle, because if I could provide a lavish lifestyle to my children, I would, but I can't. But I still have to work all the time. They're not getting a lavish lifestyle. Not at all. None of us over here are living lavishly, okay? You know, but the lights is on, the phone is on, the rent is paid, there's food in the refrigerator. It says nowadays both are working. That means mom does extra work. True that. So does dad. Another one says, one post for the dads. Women are rated everywhere all the time. Stay out of this one for a change. It says, and that post up here, the one that just had me triggered, was a dude. I'm doxing people tonight. Let's move on, because I'm too emotional on this. Over here doxing people. That means it's time to move on. Oh, this is the clip of Killer Mike getting arrested after winning 3 Grammys. They're not saying why. People are speculating, but somebody said something about a misdemeanor, but that's still not very specific. You know what? I need a voice rest. So really graceful, always does a good job. I didn't watch this video, so I have no idea what the hell it's going to show. FBI issues dramatic public warning, Chinese hackers. Yeah, so 5th generational warfare, what Doc always talking about. Wars aren't fought like traditionally anymore. They always upgrade anyway. So if you know the history of World War I and World War II, they were fought very differently. They started World War II very similar to World War I. And then that's when Germany did the Blitzkrieg, and freaking the traditional warfare was all the way out the picture. and wasn't going to work. War revolutionized multiple times during World War II, I would say, because at the beginning it was a certain way, and then you had, which was kind of similar to World War I, with the like trench warfare where they lined up in the lines or whatever, and they just kind of shoot each other. And that was kind of like how warfare had been for a long time too, because even before guns, that's the way that they did war. But they just changed it to guns and tanks, but it was still the same thing where they lined up and just kind of shot at each other. And they added the trenches because they couldn't see, so they couldn't shoot you or whatever. But you stick your head up out of the trench and whatever. So then that's what caused those like points where there was no advancement, you know, and they would just be trying to advance inches, and lots of people would die as a result of just trying to get some inches of forward movement. And that was silly. It was stupid. And it evolved. Like I said, in World War II, in the way Germany was doing their thing, and they was like, we're just gonna smash y'all. We're just gonna come in and take over really quickly with air support, and with like, we would take over land immediately because we would have protection on both sides as we did our forward approach, and we cover the attackers with soldiers on the sides and with air support. So boom, real fast, they take over that particular land and they just keep on moving. And it's before the enemy has a chance to make adjustments, they've already taken the city. So that was the way that they did that. But then war evolved more times. And by the end of World War II, you had the nuclear bomb at play, where you could just blow up a whole freaking city from another side of the world without having any of your troops even at risk, really, other than the people who were flying the planes. But so only a few guys at risk, threatening a whole town. So yeah, that's changed. So, but now war has evolved again, and now it's like informational warfare, and it's hacking, it's controlling financial institutions, and infiltrating financial institutions and putting like spies in there and stuff, you know, controlling the money, and, you know, hacking into sensitive information and stealing that data and using that data against your enemy, you know, stuff like that. So yeah, that's this, you know, and people are worried about a World War III. I think it's already has begun, but we can't even see it for that, and it won't look like any previous wars ever, because you got these. It's more spy versus spy, you know, it's spyware. And you know, one of the highest paid jobs that's really blowing up is what do they call it? It's security, it's data security, whatever it's called, data security. I can't think of the proper term for it, but basically you go in and you build softwares to keep out hackers or whatever, and being able to secure sensitive information and keep people from, and then assessing threats and determining where the threats came from or whatever. I was watching a video where they was talking about how the people who know how to read code, they find like a loophole in the code that allows them to do something or whatever. And a lot of times they won't even use the hack, they'll sell it. So to someone else that's interested in it, that may use it or whatever, or maybe they might just keep the information for themselves and not use it, but make sure that all of their software doesn't have that issue in its code. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Hey, I ain't no freaking expert when it comes to that area. But I understand it enough because I've read some stuff about it, so I understand it, but I'm not the guy that's reading code or writing code for that matter. Sure. Give me a second. I thought I was sharing. Am I losing y'all? Oh, damn it. I feel like I'm losing y'all. We won't stay long on this. I need a breath break anyways. That's why I'm doing this.
FBI Director Christopher Wray sounding the alarm over China. Let's listen.
Threaten American safety and prosperity. Before I go on, I do want to make very clear that my comments today are not about the Chinese people, and certainly not about Chinese Americans who contribute much to our country and are frankly often the victims of Chinese Communist Party aggression themselves. Rather, when I talk about the threat posed by China, I mean the government of China, in particular led by the CCP. The CCP's dangerous actions, China's multi-pronged assault on our national and economic security, make it the defining threat of our generation. Now, when I described the CCP as a threat to American safety a moment ago, I meant that quite literally. There has been far too little public focus on the fact that PRC hackers are targeting our critical infrastructure, our water treatment plants, our electrical grid, our oil and natural gas pipelines, our transportation systems, and the risk that poses to every American requires our attention now. China's hackers are positioning on American infrastructure in preparation to wreak havoc and cause real-world harm to American citizens and communities if and when China decides the time has come to strike. They're not focused just on political and military targets. We can see from where they position themselves across civilian infrastructure that low blows aren't just a possibility in the event of a conflict. Low blows against civilians are part of China's plan. But the PRC's cyber onslaught goes way beyond pre-positioning for future conflict. Today, and literally every day, they're actively attacking our economic security, engaging in wholesale theft of our innovation and our personal and corporate data. Nor is cyber the only PRC threat we face. The PRC cyber threat is made vastly more dangerous by the way they knit cyber into a whole of government campaign against us. They recruit human sources to target our businesses, using insiders to steal the same kinds of innovation and data that their hackers are targeting, while also engaging in corporate deception, hiding Beijing's hand in transactions, joint ventures, and investments to do the same. And they don't just hit our security and economy, they target our freedoms, reaching inside our borders across America to silence, coerce, and threaten some of our citizens and residents. But I can assure you the FBI is laser focused on the threat posed by Beijing. We've got cyber, counterintelligence, criminal, and WMD experts, just to name a few, defending against it. And we're working in partnership with the private sector, partnership with our allies abroad, and partnership at all levels of the U.S. government, especially the NSA, Cyber Command, CISA, and ONCD, whose leaders I'm honored to be here with today.
Cybersecurity. That was the phrase I was looking for. That's what you call it, cybersecurity. Because I was looking at that shit, and I talked to a guy who went to school for whatever, and he said that Houston market is saturated, but maybe he was saying it because he didn't want nobody else to go to school for it or whatever. I don't know, but a lot of people are. It's a very high-paying job. I'm sure there's entry-level positions, but once you get going, if you can get on at a big company, they're going to pay you a lot of money for that particular title, that job. So, but if they're saying that China is doing this, do you think Russia's doing this? How about Israel? Maybe Iran? Maybe the United States? Maybe Mexico? The question you would ask would be, who has the capabilities to do this? You know, who has the people, the hardware, the funds to do stuff like this? So whatever country or even corporation has the tools and to do this, you could pretty much bet that they are doing this. Okay. And a lot of the evidence is there when you look at who the people are in certain positions or whatever. Like I was watching a video, this dude was breaking down the jobs that these people who are NSA and you know, the spooks, the and jobs, like positions they have on a board of a company and stuff like that. So then it's like, why the hell would would a CIA agent want to be on the board of directors of this company or whatever? You know what I mean? Like, that's just things to make you go, And the guy was breaking down the connections between some of these people, because if you're an undercover CIA agent, would you have the label of CIA agent and be on the board of directors of a certain company? Or would you come on as the board of directors of a company as a regular Joe Schmo, you know? And your affiliation with the CIA would be covert or whatever. It wouldn't be public knowledge, right? So again, what I'm saying is fifth generational warfare, and that World War III has already it's already happening. And so if you want to understand, then you look at who are the allies, who are the people that are working together, okay, globally, if it be corporations or governments, and then you can see who would be attacking who through this cyber type of way. You know what I mean? And then that will start. And then if you look at it that way, then you can start seeing evidence of the warfare already happening, because there's evidence of it. Like, there's actions that has been happening, you know, people getting hacked or whatever, like different random stuff. Like that time they arrested that Chinese lady who was here in the States, and she was like a CEO of a company. And it was like, why the hell they arrest her? And it had to do with microchips, and specifically having to do with microchips. Anyways, let's play some more of this.
Today. In fact, just this morning, we announced an operation where we and our partners identified hundreds of routers that had been taken over by the PRC-sponsored hacking group known as Volt Typhoon. The Volt Typhoon malware enabled China to hide, among other things, pre-operational reconnaissance and network exploitation against critical infrastructure like our communications, energy, transportation, and water sectors. Steps China was taking, in other words, to find and prepare to destroy or degrade the civilian critical infrastructure that keeps us safe and prosperous. And let's be clear, cyber threats to our critical infrastructure represent real-world threats to our physical safety. So, working with our partners, the FBI ran a court-authorized on-network operation to shut down Volt Typhoon and the access it enabled. Now, this operation was an important step, but there's a whole lot more to do, and we need your help to do it. To quantify what we're up against, the PRC has a bigger hacking program than that of every major nation combined. In fact, if you took every single one of the FBI's cyber agents and intelligence analysts and focused them exclusively on the China threat, China's hackers would still outnumber FBI cyber personnel by at least 50-1.
Damn. Okay. So, you know, what I think about when I hear him talking is I'm like, okay, the United States gets angry, China is doing whatever China is doing, and then they decide to do something like drop a bomb on a city or something. And then China's like, okay, you're going to drop a bomb on one of our cities. Cool. We're going to turn off the internet on the whole United States. We're not gonna drop a bomb back on y'all. You know, that's too risky to our people. So, you know, it's all about, I saw a whole documentary about killing from afar. Really interesting. I can't think of what the name of it was right now, but it was really, really good. And it was talking about like the evolution of war and weapons and stuff like that. And it was talking about killing from afar, you know, with no threat to yourself and still being able to threat others. And so then, like I say, the bomb, and you still got the fighter jets that, you know, the planes that have to fly, they could possibly get shot down or whatever. But somebody who's in their basement on the computer with the ability to turn off the internet to a whole country, that's some from afar effect right there. And then you can indirectly, you know, what do you think would happen if the internet went off in the United States, like from East Coast to West Coast, and it didn't come back on for weeks, months, a year? What do you think would happen as a result of that? Total collapse, total societal collapse. Okay, you'd have some people with access to the internet, but it won't be like it is now. You know, only like the hackers will be able to get on the internet, and everybody else will be screwed, even the companies. What the hell would happen as a result of that? Think about that, you know? Now that would be way more catastrophic than dropping a bomb on a city, because that could bring a whole country to not exist no more. Like really, the people go bonkers.
So as we sit here, while important budget discussions are underway, I will note that this is a time to be keeping ahead of the threat by investing in capabilities. We need to ensure that we sustain and build on the gains that we've made that have enabled us to take actions like the Volt Typhoon operation I just mentioned. The budgets that emerge from discussions underway now will dictate what kind of resources we have ready in 2027, a year that, as this committee knows all too well, the CCP has circled on its calendar. And that year will be on us before you know it. As I've described, the PRC is already today putting their pieces in place. I do not want those watching today to think we can't protect ourselves. But I do want the American people to know that we cannot afford to sleep on this danger. As a government and a society, we've got to remain vigilant and actively defend against the threat that Beijing poses. Otherwise, China has shown it will make us pay. Thank you. I look forward to today's discussion.
Thank you, sir. Director Coker, you're recognized for your opening statement.
Yeah, I wonder why the focus is on China. You know, I think that's a question to ask. Like I say, I don't think that there are other countries that can't. Maybe it's just because the China's capabilities are so vast. Is that the reason why they're focusing on China? Because they're the number one, like big boss hog on the block when it comes to this stuff. So, but I'm willing to bet that other countries have a lot of capabilities too. And I don't think that just the number of agents you have is going to have that much impact on what you actually can get done, because one hacker can do a lot of damage. Let's move on. Wait, let's see. Is there any comments worth the crap? CNN says FBI Director Christopher Wray warned that Chinese hackers are preparing to wreak havoc and cause real-world harm to the U.S. Scary. I'm going to scare you. It's all about scariness. What's the scariest thing I can say? They're coming for you in your house. They're going to get you. They're going to hack into your phone and watch you while you're sleeping. It says you allowed this to slowly creep up, and now it's everywhere. Backdoors in every technological device, database, infrastructure to be activated at will. And who still thinks cybersecurity is not important? That's why cybersecurity, like I say, that's the future. That's like the big dog job, you know. So if you're young out there, you think about what job you want to do, cybersecurity might be a good idea. And he says backdoors in every technological device, database, infrastructure to be activated well. That is kind of scary, I ain't gonna lie. And it's like all of the different apps, and you don't know which app it is. So what if like China, like they have TikTok, you know, and they've been talking about scariness related to TikTok, but it's downloaded on a lot of devices. So let's say they could use TikTok somehow to get into whatever system. So some person could not be logged into the hardware of a company, but they have TikTok downloaded on their phone, and they're in the room. They're in the room where there's a server there that does have access to some sensitive data. And you know, if the app is on all the time, even when you're not on the app, who's to say that they can't use that? Like, what do I know? Again, I'm just a guy and I don't know exactly how everything works, but I know that if you're on the same network, if you're on the same like Wi-Fi network, like, and your phone automatically, like you go to a company all the time, so you've logged on to their Wi-Fi before. So when you walk in the door, all of us always, most of us have our Wi-Fi and our Bluetooth active all the time. And when we go somewhere that we've been before, our devices automatically log on to that available Wi-Fi that's in that building. This is most of us. I know I'm that way. I'm sure a lot of people are that way. People that are technological, you know, who deal with devices a lot, going through the chore of turning your Bluetooth off and turning your Wi-Fi deal off all the time. Sometimes I do turn them off. I do. But most of the time, most of the time, you're not even gonna remember to think about that type of deal. So it's gonna be doing it by itself. You walk into the building, you've logged onto the Wi-Fi of that building. Now, when it says unsecured network, that's what it says on the thing every damn time, because those kind of Wi-Fis are always open like that. They'll have a secured Wi-Fi in that building, but they're gonna also have an unsecured Wi-Fi in that building. And like I said, you walk in, your device logs on, you have TikTok downloaded on your phone. The hacker has access to that Wi-Fi network now through your phone. Comment says, I applaud that level of directness. It says, I'm glad he clarified at the beginning so the wrong people don't become targets. Yeah, he did say, you know, I'm not talking about the American people. And I like those words. And I think that we really need to think about that, because governments doesn't necessarily align with their people all the time. Just ask yourself, are you a fan of Biden? Are you a Biden fan? Do you align with the things that Biden is doing? How would you feel if someone from another country held you accountable for the things that your president is doing, and they automatically feel like you're aligned with his views because you're a citizen of the country, and the majority of the people in the country voted for this guy to get him to be in office? So you obviously support this guy. So if we attack you as a result of the stuff that he's doing, then we feel justified. So how do you feel about that? You know, do you accept that? Do you agree with that? Do you, you know, will you stand on the hill with Biden and fight to the death? You know, so then how are you going to hold other countries, peoples in that same light? That's not fair, you know, and leads me to the idea of the whole Hamas Israel war, because there goes them justifying attacking those people because they're saying that they align with Hamas. That's not fair to those people. All of those people align with Hamas. The babies, the ones that were just born yesterday, they align with Hamas. That's not logical thinking. That's an excuse to be horrible. It says, just like the movie leave the world behind. It's pretty frightening to know that even with a $1 trillion military budget, our government is so corrupt that a foreign enemy can disable us wherever they desire. I don't know if that's necessarily a result of corruption, because I think, not to say that our government is not corrupt, because I'm not saying that. Absolutely not saying that. But I'm saying that it may not have anything to do with corruption. The government could possibly be straight legit and still will be at the mercy of these hackers, you know. And like I said, we're in fifth generational warfare, so your $1 trillion military budget is a waste of fucking money. You know, you should have spent a fraction of that money on some kids in their basement and taught them how to read code, you know, or just taught the whole nation how to read code, and then pick out the best out of the bunch and use them, you know. And that's where China has the advantage over us, because I bet you there's way more people in China that know how to read code than people in the United States that know how to read code. And then we're supporting our government, spending all this money. We have this bloated military budget I'll be talking about on every damn show, and it's a waste of fucking money. And this is an example of it right here. You buy that new billion-dollar fighter jet, and it's obsolete and useless. And then you know it, and you don't really care, because you're just making money for your friends and family, and you cashing in and leaving out the back door with the bag, and you don't care about the safety of the American people, really. You know that this money isn't going to keep us safe. Another comment says, it's a sad day when the FBI director has to talk to Congress like they're small children just to get his point across. Another one that says, does the fear instilled in people determine the size of the budget? Maybe it does. Maybe there might be something to that. Let me copy this comment. There just might be something to that. Every other damn news story is something like scaring the shit out of everyone. Like, we're scared shitless. Oh my God, China is going to hack into your coffee maker and make it turn into a robot and kill you. Like, no. There's a threat that's actually real, but, you know, like, covering this for what? You know, this whole story, you know, what is the point of this story? Is them talking about it in Congress going to actually cause the situation to improve some kind of way? Like, what? You need to hire more freaking spies that know how to read code. Is you talking the way you're talking in Congress going to allow? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe Congress will use the power of the purse and spend some money on hiring some kids to freaking read code. But I don't think that's the point of this. I think the point of this is to scare the shit out of the people who's watching. The more scared you are, the more you're going to be looking for that strong man to come along. It's all connected. It says, it's a sad day when the FBI director has to talk to Congress. I read that. It says, Americans better wake up to what's important. Yeah, stop freaking with the culture wars. Stop with the partisan politics. Stop with the you know, I don't know, like the random ass conspiracy theories, and freaking look at the facts. There is scary stuff out here, but it's not Taylor Swift has a psyop with the NFL rigging the football game and the election all at the same time. Like, I mean, I think a lot of times with these conspiracy theories, you give people way too much credit. Like, these people aren't that powerful, bro. Like, they can't do magic. It's Expelliarmus. It says, as soon as who works in IT industry, as someone who, why can't I read today? As someone who works in the IT industry, the problem with civilian infrastructure are companies who refuse to bring their infrastructure to the level, up to the level needed for security. Putting a high priority on IT infrastructure and expertise should be a priority over profits at this time. Unfortunately, smaller businesses in small towns will respond reactively, possibly without power or running water. So, yeah, so he's saying, these companies aren't willing to spend the money to get their stuff secured so that it can't be hacked and taken over. You know, they probably, a lot of them don't, municipalities don't even have the money. I'm sure if like these smaller towns, they literally don't have the money to do it. They can't do it. So they're going to be vulnerable. And that's just it. And a lot of these, you got these municipalities throughout the country. You have this infrastructure throughout the country. And without clean water, bro, you screwed. Like, you screwed. If your waste treatment plant shut down, you're screwed. If your electrical grid shuts down, you're screwed. It says, while cybersecurity is important, my main concern is China bribing corrupt American politicians and knowing that the matter is being covered up. Another one, it says, 0 reasons for our infrastructure to be connected to the global network. And the way things are, they want you to hook everything. They want to hook your refrigerator up to the global network. Like, they want you to hook up your freaking clock to the global network. And I don't know that stuff is really necessary. They want you to hook your thermostat up to the global network. Like, there are advantages. I saw this clip where the people was using the Ring camera, and the guy comes to his house and he's looking for him. He's like, "Where you at, brother?" He's like, "I'm not there right now. I'm at such and such and such. I'll be here in a little while or whatever." He's like, "Well, come back, brother." Like, I think that's really cool to be able to talk to someone that's at your front door and you're not even in your house. Like, if you didn't tell them that you wasn't there, how would they know that you're not there? And that would have to do with safety and security and stuff. Like, that's some cool ass shit. I ain't gonna lie. But I don't see the advantage of having my toaster or my refrigerator connected to the internet. Like, so our conveniences are our Achilles heel. And that's what's going to take us out. We want those Amazon packages overnight. We want that. We need that. This is our Achilles heel. This is the way they're going to get us. Because if anybody wants to get us, they can use that against us. Because we just got to have that ultimate convenience. We couldn't possibly wait 2 or 3 days for that package. That's way too long. Another comment, it says, as a trucker and trainer, I teach my students to use a map and proper paper logs. We don't need GPS or ELD. Matter of fact, in an emergency like COVID-19, DOT can give the truckers the ability to void the logs in time of a national security. Us truckers will keep rolling. Yeah, I think that we do. And they stopped teaching the kids all of this stuff that's like that, like the maps, like using an actual map. Like, I'm sure my kids wouldn't know how to open up a map and like track and figure out where they are on the map and stuff like that. Like, I don't think they will be able to do it. I really don't. And I think there's plenty of people across the nation who don't know how to do stuff like that. And the ones that have grown up, and like, I'm older. I remember when the internet came out. I remember when the internet wasn't a thing. And I remember the things that we did before the internet. I clearly remember it. I was an adult when the internet actually came out, really came out. And, so we did things without the internet. It was harder. It took more time or whatever, but it could be done. But I think that a lot of us now can't imagine doing things without the internet. Like, they literally can't do it. They wouldn't be able to do it. Like, they haven't been taught. They don't know how to do the stuff by the paper. Like, they don't know how to do it. So if the internet goes out, they're literally going to be lost. Like, you have people like going to be lost, literally lost. Which way do I go, George? Which way do we go, George? Which way do we go? George don't even know. Comment says, he said we're outnumbered 50-1. Our cyber defense needs tons more funding. Oh my God. Another one that says, it's amazing in America, it has become so political that he has to child explain why China is an actual threat and not some political ploy. Another one says, I can understand why everything now has to depend solely on the internet, computers, etc. Essential services should be backed up by the old analog technology, like in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. I agree with that. And I think that is the case probably in like big major cities and, infrastructure that is really critical. I know they're not so stupid to not have backups for some of this stuff, So like if they was to hack in some water systems or some electrical systems, I think we would have backups for that. The one that I said though was that if they turned the internet off. Now, I don't know that they could actually do that, but Yemen and them were talking about cutting the cords. They said if you do some bombing, they do something or whatever, we're gonna cut the fiber optic cord that's going underneath the ocean. And it's like, so the hack maybe could be that, you could turn off the internet that way, some kind of way, because those things, I know that we have the satellites, but a lot of the stuff still relies on those fiber optic cables, those hard lines. We use a lot of what do they call it, broadband? I'm getting them mixed up, but the ones where you have to plug the internet up into the wall. A lot of us have our Wi-Fi boxes in our house, right? But we still have to plug it into the wall. It's still plugged in. That's how mine is. I have Xfinity, so maybe that's why. I know that they have the satellite ones, but I'm just saying a lot of the infrastructure relies on those hard lines still. Another comment says, we need a new Congress focused on infrastructure now. This is crazy. Yes, I'm going to highlight this comment too. Yeah, infrastructure needs to be a focus. But whenever they talk about infrastructure, they start saying that we don't have the money. Like we have these old ass water pipes that should have been replaced back in like the 1970s or some shit, or earlier. And we still have those same pipes and they don't want to spend that money. It's a massive amount of money. It's a ridiculous amount of money to do it. But it needs to be done. It needs to be done. So you're going to have to pull the money out of your ass and fucking make it happen. But you got all this money you can send to Ukraine or to Israel, to this bloated ass military budget that's useless. But you don't want to spend the money on the infrastructure, which you actually need. Like you literally need this. Like at some point, you've had infrastructures like the water systems collapsing and malfunctioning left and right across the nation. It's not a small problem. And then the other thing is related to like the cars. There's too many cars on the road, and the freeways I don't think is the answer. So I'm saying mass transit is the answer. So another part of the infrastructure needs to be with the high-speed trains, not only with moving passengers around, but also with moving around goods. And then I rely on Amazon wouldn't be the same, but then too, Amazon would probably get in on the game and own the damn trains. That's if I was Amazon, that's what I would do. But yeah, so we use trains and we use trucks, but we still have these old ass tracks and we still have these old ass trains and they still move all slow. Like we need to have fucking updated trains in this country, and that's gonna cost an ungodly amount of money, but it needs to be done. It needs to be done. You find the money. Stop spending money on stupid stuff. We're all going to benefit from it. We can get them packages fast still. They'll come on the train. We need to be locally self-sufficient. A lot of the stuff that's coming from Amazon is coming on the plane from China. We don't manufacture a damn thing here. We can that's the other part of the infrastructure. We can build manufacturing plants. It's not that, it's like we were talking about in the show how the education system is training people to work in the plant and the plants don't exist. But that doesn't necessarily have to be the case. We do need stuff. Stuff still needs to be made. You know, it's just different stuff now. But you can have these manufacturing plants here in the United States making stuff and putting that stuff on the trains and getting it across the country in a short amount of time. If we do have like a live war situation, that's what's going to happen, because we won't be able to get our stuff from China. The planes aren't going to be able to fly like that, you know, and we'll have to manufacture shit here. So do it now. What are we waiting for? Me on the soapbox, huh? Chaka, you're on your soapbox, preaching that liberal bullshit. Nobody wants to hear that shit. What about those immigrants? What about the southern border? What about that? What about Biden's mumbling and not being able to complete a sentence? What about that? What about Taylor Swift? What about that? All that serious, important stuff you're talking about, we don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear that. What about the LGBTQ community? What about the books in my schools? Yeah, I think that's all I had. I had this one about Yemen. Can I even share this? Let's do some history here to explain the Houthis in Yemen. They're the ones that I was talking about, said that they threatened to cut the fiber optic cable. So I wonder what kind of security can you do? You can have a submarine patrol the cable, but it's a long ass cable, bro. Like, there's gonna be parts of it that you're not gonna be able to, patrol. But I guess you can patrol it as much as you can, 24/7, and that's the only deterrent that you would be able to do, really. It would have to be a warship too. It'd have to be a ship that's capable of administering weapons, because otherwise, what would be the point? If it's just a monitoring system, then by the time somebody can get over there to stop the person from cutting the cable, the dude didn't already cut the cable. Anyway, so this video should be about Yemen and the Houthis.
Of warriors. Why is a country ravaged by war and an imposed humanitarian crisis defying global superpowers
against Houthi targets in Yemen carried out by the U.S. and the U.K.?
Well, when you say working, are they stopping the Houthis? No. Are they going to continue? Yes.
Support Palestine through military action.
Are they stopping the Houthis? No. Are they going to continue? Yes. I always have to translate for Biden. What the fuck?
When no one else is. What if I told you that a dance can explain the history of this nation and shed light on their culture of defiance and solidarity? But first, let's go back in time. Because of its geostrategic location and its importance to commerce and trade, empires and great powers coveted Yemen, but no outside force has ever been able to conquer and control the entirety of the country. And trust me, many have tried. In 2524 BC, at the height of its empire, the Romans sent an expedition to take over what was known back then as Arabia Felix. They were met with harsh desert conditions and fierce resistance by local tribes. The great power of the time suffered heavy losses and left in defeat. This is a lesson no one seems to learn, including today's powers. From the Ottomans to the British, every foreign ruler was met with rebellions and revolts from the Yemenis, and eventually, always driven out.
British High Commissioner Sir Humphrey Trevelyan was leaving this troubled land for good. South Arabia was about to be transformed into the independent People's Republic of South Yemen. The Union Jack was dipped for the last time on these inhospitable shores. The National Liberation Front geared themselves to take over.
In 2014, the Houthis, a group of predominantly Zaydi Shias from the north, deposed the government in Sana'a and took over after years of opposition. But regional powers, some backed by the West, responded by unleashing a devastating war in Yemen. The war and the humanitarian crisis it caused killed hundreds of thousands of people. Yet 10 years on, as history has shown us repeatedly, no one external power can crush and subdue this entire nation. And nothing captures the spirit of defiance more than the Bara, the Yemeni tribal dance of war. To the fast beat of drums, men perform their steps and moves in unison while brandishing their weapons, most traditionally the Jambiya, a dagger that is a symbol of honor and the Yemeni warrior culture. The ancient origins of the Bara come from battle, often performed to signal the invasion of an adversarial tribe, and it was meant to prepare warriors to fight. It is the OG hype dance. The Bara today is at the heart of Yemeni culture, performed at weddings, important events, and for guests of honor. But the dance tells us something else about Yemen, the importance of tribes in society. Tribes are the foundation of communities and define most social relations within much of the country. Depending on the region, each tribe has its own identity, customs, and by extension, its own version of the Bara. This reflects the beautiful diversity of Yemen. But as these identities intersect with religion, sectarianism, and politics, they also have produced differences that have fueled divisions and embroiled the country in decades of infighting. Despite this, there seems to be one thing most Yemenis can agree on: their love for Palestine. And as the Bara and history have shown us, Yemenis never shy away from a fight. Rooted in their shared Arab and Muslim identity, Yemeni solidarity with Palestine also comes from the justness of the Palestinian cause as a fight against imperialism that has for centuries also plagued Yemen.
رسالتنا للعدو الامريكي الاسرائيلي انه مهما حصل من تحديات في البحر الاحمر ومهما عمل من اجراءات تعسفيه ضد القوات البحريه اليمنيه فهذا لن يخيف الان ولن يرهبنا ولن يوقف من عزمنا وصلابتنا تجاه موقفنا تجاه القضيه الفلسطينيه.
As Israel's war in Gaza raged on, the Houthis took action, and many in the country rallied behind them despite their differences. They decided to hit the global economy. See, Yemen sits on one of the main arteries of global trade, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait of the Red Sea. 12 to 15% of the world trade passes through this route, and when it is closed, it can destabilize the world. Normally, a trip from the Gulf to the UK would take 14 days. But when this route is closed, it takes ships 24 days to travel around the southern tip of Africa. Knowing very well the economic impact, the Houthis targeted ships headed to Israel through Bab el-Mandeb. The military operations aimed at squeezing and isolating the Israeli economy, which was already under a lot of pressure. As a consequence, shipping prices rose, and companies avoided traveling through the Red Sea for fear of the Houthis. And so Yemen, a country deeply impoverished by war, brought the world economy and the West to its knees.
نفذت القوات البحرية في القوات المسلحة اليمنية بعون الله تعالى صباح يومنا هذا عملية استهداف لسفينتين إسرائيليتين في باب المندب.
Undeterred by threats from superpowers, the Houthis continued. From these ships, they broadcasted to the world this culture of defiance. And as you might have guessed, they were dancing the Bara, the Yemeni dance of war.
Yeah. Get on that ship and start dancing.
Those images captured the hearts and minds of the world because no other people or country was willing to militarily intervene for Palestine as Israel was conducting its genocide. And when Yemen was bombed by the US and the UK for their military operations, millions of Yemenis went to the streets and chanted, "We don't care, bring it on. Let's make it a world war."
That's gangster.
There's no fight Yemenis are willing to back down from. And they understand that war is the extension of politics, whether it is deploying military operations as a form of economic sanctions or showing Western hypocrisy that is willing to act and bomb for cargo ships, but not to stop a genocide. If the Bara and history can teach us anything, is that you can never subdue or crush the Yemeni spirit of defiance. These powers are picking a fight with the wrong people because Yemen is a land of warriors. My name is Salim, and I tell stories that connect.
Those guys been warring forever. It's been bombing in Yemen for my whole life, as far as I know. And these guys are used to it. Like, war is life for them. So yeah, that's pretty damn gangster to go up against world powers and be like, whatever, bring it on. You know, that's gangster as hell. Got to get your put your hats off to them for being gangsters. And everything is taken by force. Like, power doesn't give way without force. You know, it takes force to conquer. Like, it takes force to make change. It takes force to win. Like, the powers that be aren't going to stop doing what they're doing without a powerful force stopping them, bringing it to an end. They're not going to just be like, oh, we was wrong, so we're going to stop doing what we were doing. Like, it never happens that way. And when history tells you that that's what happened, it's a lie. It was force that caused them to stop. Something made them stop. Someone made them stop. They didn't just give in and say we was wrong and we're just going to stop doing it. We're sorry, our bad. We're just going to give you your land back, and we're just going to free you slaves. You know, we know we was wrong for what we were doing, so we're going to just, no, that is not how it happened. Let's do this one. It says, New York has secured over $183 million in compensation for Holocaust victims and their heirs. Hate has no home in New York, and my administration is committed to uplifting survivors and their families while honoring the memory of the 6 million lives taken far too soon. Yeah, it was a post about this that was saying, they were talking about reparations, and they were like, you know, the United States didn't even have anything to do with the Holocaust, really, you know. So, I mean, it's nice to give to the Holocaust survivors, raising money out of the United States, using tax dollars to do that or whatever. But the stuff that happened here in the States, that the States was directly responsible for, they're not willing to come off money for that. It's a comment that says, what about the American Holocaust that happened on this soil and its African descendants who are struggling today due to systemic racism? Another one that says, compensating Holocaust victims' heirs that were killed by another nation while actively funding and participating in another Holocaust right now. Another one that says, correct, as I'm sitting here in Central Park in NYC where they erased the Black community of Seneca Village. Another comment that says, I'm thinking of African Americans and Native Americans who experienced an even larger genocide than what took place during the Holocaust, being compensated by American dollars before ever even thinking about Holocaust survivors who have already been compensated by multiple nations. Another one, what? But it's a no on reparations. Holocaust didn't happen on American soil, nor was committed by American, but we are dispersing money to them. Meanwhile, you won't even acknowledge the atrocities Black people endured and continue to endure in this country. I'm so appalled by this. Another comment, it says, secure those funds that banks have stolen from Black families when their houses were burned down by white mobs, but the bank wouldn't give them access to their accounts because their documents were caught up in those same fires. It says reparations now. It says, can you point out one policy of systemic racism? Just one. Let's read the replies to this. This should be interesting. It says, when you address this post, I will gladly do so. Hold on, let's see. Come on. Oh. It says, the 13th and 14th Amendment, the prison system. Another one says, I'm pretty sure he's trolling, but let's hope something sinks in. Y'all should have came with some better responses than those. Go ahead and give it to them. Talk about redlining. Talk about Jim Crow. Talk about how if you walked on the railroad track, you could be arrested. And the only way you had to get through the forest was to walk on the railroad track. Let's read some more comments. It says this statement is tone deaf on a regular day, but making this statement days before Black History Month shows me she don't give a F. It says, yes, what about Seneca Village descendants? What about the slaves that were sold on Wall Street? How about them people? Another one, it says, the absolute caucasity. What about reparations for slave trauma? Comments, it says, I want my land back. Reparations, it says, yet nothing for African Americans. Another one, it says, and the nerve to do this before Black History Month. Another one, it says, so I looked it up, and New York isn't paying them. They are securing lost assets and insurance payments that the families had in Europe and getting it back to the families. So NY isn't paying them. They are helping them get money back from Europe. Okay, that's interesting. The comments still stand, because can you help them people get these other folks get their money back? What other people are you helping get their money back? It says, great job. How much are you securing for reparations for American survivors of slavery? Basically what I was saying.
Every year.
They got that music in there, so I'm gonna move on. I don't want no music copyright. They'll block my whole ass stream. It says, if McDonald's supply chain, they're the largest purchaser of beef in the world, is dependent on prison labor being paid under $1 an hour. The implications are so systemic that it means you have to throw out everything you've been taught to believe about how the economy works. It says the narrative on prison labor has always been they punch license plates, press t-shirts, work jobs like food, custodial service in the prison, etc. Actual reality is that large corporations with powerful lobbyists are taking prisoners out of prison to work for almost nothing. In Mississippi, women who are incarcerated are working at Popeyes for less than minimum wage and even being hired out to individuals to do housework, yard work, etc. It says, are you effing kidding me? It says, the AP met women in Mississippi locked up at restitution centers, the equivalent of debtor's prison, to pay off court-mandated expenses. They worked at Popeyes, Louisiana Kitchen, and other fast food chains, and also have been hired out to individuals for work like lawn mowing or home repairs. Sounds a lot like slavery. It says the report ends with the anecdote. Reporters followed a van that took Black prisoners to a former slave plantation that's now a tourist attraction with a hotel restaurant. They were there to work at the restaurant washing dishes. Slaves were on a plantation in the 2020s. It says one pulled into the manicured grounds of a former slave plantation that has been transformed into a popular tourist site and hotel in St. Francisville, Louisiana, where visitors pose for wedding photos under old live oaks draped with Spanish moss. As a reporter watched, a West Philistinian parish van emblazoned with Sheriff Transitional Work Program pulled up. Two Black men hopped out and quickly walked through the restaurant's back door. One said he was there to wash dishes before his boss called him back inside. Says, I just need to go back to this again because it's so egregious. Individual private citizens in Mississippi are paying prisoners to have prisoners do yard work, clean their houses, the prison themselves, or not pay or pay less than $1 an hour. It's sick. Yeah, but you know, the prison is getting paid. They're paying the prisoners nothing, but they're getting paid for that labor. The prison is. Prisons are big money, you know, especially here in Texas. It's like next to oil. I don't know, man. I think prisons is the next one. And it's so lucrative, you know. Private prisons are the thing, the way to go, you know. So it's private profit that's making off of this. So they don't build schools, but they build prisons. Now the first comment says, wonder why they're pushing to criminalize the homeless. Boom. It's like if you're homeless, you're a criminal, now you can go to jail and work for free. You wouldn't work, so we're going to put you to work and pay you almost nothing. And we're going to get paid off of your labor. You know, I've covered a post previously where the guy was angry about what was it, the bonds program or something like that. It was a program in some state where they were letting good behavior people off early, and he was like, "We need these good people to work." The people that's not good aren't the ones we want in the prison. We need those good behavior people. It says, reiterating the point that America wealth, meaning those that are super rich, is not dependent on how hard you work, but who you can exploit. Yep. It says, reminds me of the Clintons having actual slaves at the governor's mansion in Arkansas in the 80s. Clinton was, however, generous enough to allow inmates from Arkansas prison to work as unpaid servants in the governor's mansion. In It Takes a Village, Hillary Clinton writes that residence was staffed with African-American men in their 30s, since using prison labor at the governor's mansion was a long-standing tradition which kept down costs. It is unclear just how long-standing the tradition of having chained Black laborers brought to work as maids and gardeners had been, but one has no doubt that as the white residents of the mansion staffed with unpaid Blacks, the Clintons were continuing a certain historic Southern practice. Hillary Clinton did not, however, that she and Bill were sure not to show undue lenience to the servants, writing that we enforce rules strictly and sent back to prison any inmate who broke a rule. That sounds really familiar. You know, it's how much things change and how much things stay the same. Yeah, I had a thought, but I lost it. What was it? The Clintons, historic Southern practice. I lost it. Let's read another one. It says, capitalism has always and only ever been a process of innovating new forms of slavery and extraction. It says, this is why they insist on us having the largest prison population in the world. Our entire system depends on it. Yeah, so, I know what I was thinking. I was like, a lot of those prisoners will probably like those jobs, especially at the mansion, right? You get to go work in the mansion, light work, get to be around free world people and probably eat some free world food, probably one of the better jobs that you could have. You get to leave the prison. They probably was bragging and boasting if they get picked to be the ones to do it. So like here they're talking about, it's basically slavery and you're screwing over these people. But like I said, for a lot of those prisoners, they probably would love to have that job. I mean, they got to do their time anyway, do the time, light, doing some stuff that's not so boring or whatever. It still doesn't defend the whole thing, though. I'm not defending that thing. It's wrong. It's effed up. It's basically slavery. But what I'm saying is those guys, those working with the Clintons in the mansion, probably be a good job to do. If I was a prisoner, I'd probably want that job over some other jobs. It says, they say our jobs are being stolen by immigrants to hide the fact that they are all getting basically free prison labor. Another one, it says, slavery was never abolished, it just adapted. Another one, it says, this can't be constitutional. Prisoners can't vote, but they still have the same human rights. While the U.S. is criticizing tyrannies and theocracies around the world, we recently discovered that one Muslim lives don't matter. 200 white Zionists carry more value than 330,000 dead Palestinians. We are supporting freedom of speech for certain groups of people and amplifying outright lies for the other groups of people. We run the biggest prison population and openly use them as slave labor. Our votes are disenfranchised and our tax dollars are misused on massacres of brown and black children and civilians all over the world. The so-called Green Revolution is based off the backs of millions of slave child labor and destruction of homes for millions more Africans, some for our demand for chocolate. Those that pick the cocoa fruits in South America are treated like slaves. Corporations and lobbyists own our government. They'd rather watch the planet burn and billions die than to change course and cut down pollution for a more sustainable future. Yeah, the Green New Deal is a scam. But we do need to care about pollution and destruction of our planet, and global warming is real. It says, the prisoners don't have to pay rent nor food. U.S. taxpayers are paying for it. They should not have committed any crime in the first place. It's just crazy that people don't realize they're getting basically free housing and food, so them making $1 an hour is better than nothing when they come out, if they come out. Okay, yeah. So here comes the comments that, inevitably come. Yeah, so taxpayers' money. So you have all of these people that are in prison. A lot of them are innocent or whatever, or did nonviolent crimes, little stuff there was no victim. And yeah, taxpayer money going into these paying for stuff to house all of these people, and then you have private corporations who are making money off of them. Like, you don't care. I mean, maybe you could feel like they're all guilty, right? They're all guilty. They all deserve to be there. So, but do you care that your taxpayer money is covering to pay for them to eat and stuff, and then the private corporations are making money off of the labor that they do in there? Why don't it be that the labor that they do go back into the pot to pay for them to have housing and food? Therefore, the taxpayers don't have to pay anything, and the prison can just be a self-sufficient entity that doesn't need money from the state. You're okay with spending those taxpayer dollars because those people should suffer, and you're okay with spending money on them suffering. I don't know. I've been talking a lot. Nobody's on here to freaking give me a chance to catch my breath.
A big warning on Capitol Hill yesterday from FBI Director Christopher Wray about possible hacking attacks by the Chinese government. He said China could target our infrastructure, causing potentially catastrophic damage. Nicole Skanga has more now from Washington.
China has shown it will make us pay.
FBI Director Christopher Wray delivered this warning on Capitol Hill.
China's hackers are positioning on American infrastructure in preparation to wreak havoc and cause real-world harm to American citizens.
Cautioning Chinese hackers are aiming to infiltrate the nation's pipelines, water treatment plants, transportation system, and even the U.S. power grid.
Imagine not one pipeline, but many pipelines disrupted. Telecommunications going down so people can't use their cell phone. People start getting sick from polluted water. Trains get derailed. This is truly an everything, everywhere, all at once scenario. And it's one where the Chinese government believes that it will likely crush American will for the U.S. to defend Taiwan in the event of a major conflict there.
This week, the FBI announced a takedown of Volt Typhoon, a Chinese-backed hacking operation enabling malicious actors to spy on U.S. critical infrastructure. Accessed through privately owned office and home internet routers, federal law enforcement disabled the hackers, obtaining court orders to delete the malware off hundreds of infected devices.
They target our freedoms, reaching inside our borders across America to silence, coerce, and threaten some of our citizens and residents.
U.S. officials also warn they expect Chinese hackers to wage influence campaigns online centered on the 2024 election, but added they're confident in the U.S. election system. Jerika?
A big warning on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a lot of influence campaigns. Yes, I'm sure it is. Not just from China, though. That movie, Everything Everywhere, I should watch that. Everyone keeps talking about it, but I don't have Netflix, so maybe I'll pay for Netflix so I can watch that. But it's funny that movie came out, and then we have this talking about this, and then this is a real world situation. It sounds just like that movie. You know, what is it? Art imitates life, or life imitates art, or whatever. I don't know. There's definitely some irony there. Or maybe it's predictive programming. Anyway, we covered that pretty good already earlier. It says the $7.25 an hour minimum wage is now 15 years old, which is also old enough to work a 40-hour weeks in Indiana. Yes, 7.25 an hour is 15 years old, and that's the same age you can work 40 hours a week in Indiana. Yeah, man, 7.25, 15 years, the minimum wage hasn't increased. I wonder why that is. Does it have anything to do with the lobbyists? You know, does it have anything to do with how these corporations have a stranglehold on our politicians? You know, if you owned a company, you don't want to pay anybody more than $7.25. So then you're going to put pressure to make sure you don't have to pay people more than $7.25, so that you can keep your profits as high as possible, no matter the amount of what's the word I'm trying to, productivity that comes from these people. Like, productivity has increased dramatically over these last 15 years, but you only want to pay these people $7.25 still. And inflation has increased. It costs more for everything. And so that $7.25, you might as well be making $4 an hour or something like that. With the buying power of the dollar, I don't know how you can pay to live anywhere off of $7.25. I don't know how you could pay for rent and groceries off of that. It says 14 and 15-year-olds in Indiana can be scheduled for 8-hour days up to 40 hours per week when school isn't in session, the maximum allowed by federal child labor protections. But Indiana Republicans want to go even further. They're trying to pass several new child labor bills to carve away at the protections for teens in Indiana. One would allow teens as young as 14 to work up to 40 hours a week year-round after completing 8th grade. Another would allow 16 and 17-year-olds to work in hazardous occupations as student learners and exempt employers from civil liability if a student is injured or killed on the job. Comment, it says, tell me we're a third world country without telling me. Another comment says the federal minimum wage has people working full-time and still below the poverty line. That's completely unacceptable for a country that pretends to be the greatest nation on earth. Yep, greatest nation on earth. Not in how we pay people. Low-ranking country when it comes to that. It says it allows the person to work with these guidelines. So what's the problem? How does it go? My body, my choice. Okay, I mean, I guess, you know, there's a reason why they came out with these laws. You know, you had all these kids, they were getting deformed and messed up and stuff, and the corporations don't care. You know, it's a reason why they came up with these laws. You know, people are going to do certain things, right? But you incentivize them to do other things, and you do that through laws. Yeah, so if it was legal, people would have sex in the streets with animals. Would you say my body, my choice on that? No? Or would you say, man, we need to pass a law so that I don't have to see that? Comment says, with inflation, it would be $10.50 if my previous math is correct. I think it's a little more than that. Another comment says, considering the high expenses nowadays, and I know all Republicans want to do is exploit the youth, but I don't fully understand the bad about a 15-year-old being able to work that much if he wants to. I sort of do, but am willing to hear other perspectives. Well, I mean, school should be the focus, right? I mean, like, yeah, the kid might want to help his family out or whatever with the bills or whatever. A lot of people are struggling. They could probably go with the kid. I have a 16-year-old in the house right now, but I'm not pushing her to have a job. I'd rather she didn't. I much rather she focus on school and her sports and stuff like that, doing her thing. Like she's got plenty of time to work the rest of her life. Like she don't need to start doing that early, and that's gonna lead these kids into a whole different direction, right? So maybe if they get more knowledge and develop some skills, then they can get a job or a career, even something that they enjoy doing or something that pays well or whatever. If they go ahead and start working now, then what skills are they going to develop? Now, maybe they'll get a job somewhere where they can develop some skills or whatever, or that turns into a career. But most likely it won't be, right? Because you're going to end up at 15 and 16 years old. What job is going to hire you and actually teach you some skills? Like they're going to be hiring a job that just takes a body, you know, and that's it, to fill a spot, like entry level forever. You know what I mean? Like it's not gonna be that. You know, I like I say, and there's a reason why these laws came out in the first place. You know, to deter people from doing this and going that route. Their focus should be on learning stuff. Their focus should be on just being a kid. You know, they can grow up when they grow up or whatever and do adult stuff and have bills and stuff when that time comes. When they're a child, let them be a kid, man. Want to take their childhood away from them. And I agree with you. I think a lot of kids would want to work those 40 hours or whatever, you know, but I don't think it should be legal. I don't think so. No, I disagree with it, you know. I mean, if it's special circumstances like the ones related to the farms, you know, you got a family farm, you know, you got special circumstances. But for the regular thing, like a kid going to work at Burger King or Jack in the Box or whatever at 15 years old, they shouldn't be working no 80 hours a week or whatever the hell. How can they possibly be spending time with school and learning stuff? Like what, they might as well just drop out of school at 15 then and just go to work. Then what's the point of going to school? What's the point of learning anything? What's the point of getting a diploma or whatever the hell? Like you feel like there's no advantage to a person finishing school? You know, why that's why we have so many uneducated people in our society, because we don't have a focus on education. This takes the focus off of education. So that's the point. We want more educated folks in our society. People that just know how to, you know, work is cool, but we need to have people that know other stuff. It says, yes, the pro-life crowd strikes yet again by making children work for their families instead of actually paying livable wages so parents are able to afford necessities and housing. Got it. Yeah, so the other part of this is related to the $7.25 because the parent in the household is making $7, $8, $9 or whatever, and they can't pay their bills. So then they are going to put pressure on the child to go get a job as early as possible to supplement the income in the house, you know. And maybe the kid doesn't really want to work like that, but their parents are going to force them to do it, you know, because they need it or whatever. So why don't you just pay the parents a little bit more? The parents can pay the bills, and then it won't be this pressure for that. But the reason that it's an exploitable group of people that you have at your dispense if you're a corporation so that you can make more profits. You're not going to pay that 15 and 16-year-old much more than minimum wage, because why should you or why would you? They don't have any skills. They don't know how to do anything. Most likely they're not going to do the job very efficiently. So you're going to pay them as little as you can legally pay them. So, but you're going to still be making your profits on the back end. So that's the pressure. That's why, you know, that the corporations are in the pockets of these politicians who are pushing for this kind of stuff. And I'm sure they're getting kickbacks and all kinds of advantages. Put them as the CEO. So they're a congressman this year. They passed some stuff to allow the corporations to work kids 80 hours a week, and 5 years from now, they're on the board of one of those same corporations who are benefiting from that legislation. And that's the revolving door of our politics, from a political person to lobbyists to freaking CEO, CFO, board of directors. And that's corruption by definition. It says, this is effing apparent, but no surprise. They're going to shit themselves when high school dropout rates spike because these kids think they don't need school when Amazon is hiring. See, that's what I just said. What's the point in going to school? Just go ahead and drop out, work full time, and get away from your crazy parents. Get you a little old spot, get you a little old cutie pie, and y'all post up and do the grown-up thing. No motivation, no incentive to finish school. For what? I already got a job. I'm supposed to go to school to graduate to get a diploma so that I can get a job, but I already got a job. And I don't like school. And I don't make no money doing that. And my parents don't buy me new shoes, and I need those new J's. I need those AirPods. You know? I want to go to the concert. I don't have money for that. I want to go see Lil Uzi Vert. I want to go see Taylor Swift. These kids can't afford to go see Taylor Swift. It's all grown-ups going to see her. I ain't gonna lie. I had my job when she had the concert here in Houston. It was a whole bunch of people at my job that had went to the concert. These were middle-aged white women. Talk about Taylor Swift concert. They're the only ones that can afford their tickets. I'm telling you, these kids can't afford no ticket to a Taylor Swift fucking concert. That shit is expensive as hell. Even grown-ups gotta save up for that shit. It says they took the children yearn for minds a little too seriously. Oh. Another one says the GOP are just straight up cartoon villains. It's actually hilarious. LMAO. It says you're not entitled to a minimum wage. You're not even entitled to a job. It's the attitude of entitlement that will always make you people miserable. Another one it says, yes, capitalism at its peak form. Does anyone else think it's odd that we don't think it's right that rights of self-determination apply to 15-year-old, but it's the perfect time to start being underpaid and work a 40-hour work week? It says, regular Indiana L, I hate living here, get me out. Indiana. Another one that says, the government has never really been interested in protecting people from corporate overreach. The government is one big company. They'll probably be like, yeah, sure, go ahead. Democrats, especially Republicans, both. It's two wings of the same bird. And a lot of these comments underneath this particular post has been like Democrat friendly or whatever. But the Democrats are involved in this stuff too. They're doing the same stuff. Like whatever makes them money, whatever gives them more access to power, you know. I don't give the Dems a pass, you know. They're all the same, really. Like the difference between the Republicans and the Democrats is like the difference between Coke and Pepsi. Like it's the recipe is a slightly the ingredients or whatever is slightly different, but like the results are the same. The taste is about the same. Like it's about the same. Like essentially the same. Very little difference, basically. Like because like you could say, oh, Coke and Pepsi are very different. They taste totally different or whatever. But yeah. So the difference between Coke and orange juice or Coke and Pepsi and orange juice. Now there's a difference between Coke and Pepsi. It's like another soda, you know, a dark colored soda with a similar flavor. Like, let's face reality here. The difference is very minimal. I'm getting tired. I've been talking nonstop. It's 3 hours now. I wonder if I got the one about the CIA stuff. This one, it says, former CIA officer sentenced to 40 years to prison for revealing CIA's ability to convert internet-connected TVs into listening devices, and possession of child sex abuse material. Real news, no bullshit. I thought this was the guy who gave the information to WikiLeaks. Is this that guy? You know, I always say, you know, it's the whistleblower that goes to jail, and the people that they point out that did something illegal or shady or corrupt or whatever gets to continue to do what they're doing, and the person that snitched goes to jail. Like, we really do have a no snitching ass. They were talking about that in the hood. The hood didn't make that shit up or whatever. Like, the whole ass government is that way with the no snitching. They'd be like, who snitched? Whoever snitched, lock their ass up for 40 years or kill them, suicide them, get them up out of there. The people that was doing the illegal shit, like, oh, he trying to snitch on me? He trying to get the American people to know what I was doing? Get him. You know, and everybody's on board with that because they're all doing shady stuff. So they don't want their stuff to get shown to the light. But if somebody shares some stuff to the light, that even if it wasn't their stuff, they're going to be like, get that person, because they might come around and show some of my stuff to these people. We can't be having that. Lock them up 40 years. Send a message to anybody else who think about doing that shit. Because if you think about doing that shit, we're going to do you like Julian Assange, or we're going to do you like this guy right here, Joshua Schulte. Former CIA officer, has been sentenced to 40 years in prison for committing the largest data breach in CIA history, along with additional charges. The DOJ outlined Schulte's charges, including espionage, computer hacking, contempt of court, making false statements to the FBI, and possession of child sex abuse material. U.S. Attorney Damian Williamson said Joshua Schulte betrayed his country by committing some of the most brazen, heinous crimes of espionage in American history. When FBI caught him, Schulte doubled down and tried to cause even more harm to this nation by waging what he described as an information war of publishing top secret information from behind bars. All the while, Schulte collected thousands upon thousands of videos and images of children being subjected to sickening abuse for his own personal gratification. So, you know, I'm willing to bet, I mean, what do I know? But the child sex stuff, I'm willing to bet they put that on him. Like, I'm willing to bet they put that in there so that the charges, the rest of the stuff can stick. You know, I could be wrong, you know, but then they're like, he's attacking the United States or whatever by sharing to the American people shady stuff that our government is doing. That's how he's attacking the United States, you know. It says Schulte, who served as a computer engineer at the CIA Center for Cyber Intelligence, leaked classified data to WikiLeaks. So it is the WikiLeaks guy, like I said, revealing CIA tactics such as hacking smartphones and converting internet-connected TVs into listening devices connected in 2022. Schulte's actions were described as an act of revenge against the CIA for ignoring his grievances regarding the work environment. Yeah, so you screw over your workers and then they get you back. Like, there's no loyalty. I saw a post about the 2-week notice thing, and it's like the 2-week notice thing is outdated now because the companies don't care. And then when you do give them 2 weeks notice, they're probably going to screw over you even more because now they know you're leaving. So it's like, you know, they're not going to let you come back either. So it's like you don't have any real benefit to giving them 2 weeks notice unless it has to do with some kind of benefits that you get or whatever that they have to give you. But then they could just fire you and then you won't get the benefits anyway. But yeah, so he's attacking the government because the lines I read earlier was like he's attacking the country or whatever. And it's like he's attacking the country by revealing hacking tactics that the government has that they're using on their regular citizens. It says, despite representing himself and claiming that anyone could have been behind the leaks, prosecutors argue that Schulte abused his administrative privileges to steal files after being transferred due to personal disputes. During a search of his apartment, the FBI uncovered multiple computers and servers were under layers of encryption where thousands of videos and images of disturbing and horrific child sexual abuse materials. According to the CIA, the release of classified information by WikiLeaks had devastating effects on the CIA's intelligence gathering capabilities, endangering personnel and costing the agency hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay, yeah, so it didn't have nothing to do with the election and Hillary Clinton not winning and all of that. It had nothing to do with politics and how the American people looked at these documents online. It had nothing to do with that. It was because the intelligence gathering capabilities and endangering personnel and costing the agency hundreds of millions of dollars. So yeah, that was the reason. Another view, Schuette has maintained his innocence on all charges, arguing that he was framed and scapegoated for the leak. Schuette also claimed that the CSAM images and videos were not his and had been uploaded without his knowledge by others onto a server he operated. And that's what I'm saying. I really would not be surprised. You know, you have the CIA stuff going on. You've got this hacking stuff going on. Them hacking into his stuff and putting these images on his hard drive or whatever would be perfect in this situation to make sure that we get him. Like, he's not going to mess over on us. We're going to get his ass. Like, you couldn't tell me. I'm sorry. It's the perfect thing to come up with. People going to get emotional. It's the perfect thing to put on there to be like, oh, this guy's a scumbag. I don't believe it. You got this spy versus spy shit going on. I don't believe it. I mean, it could be true that he was looking at that stuff, but I don't believe it. I believe it's more likely they put that shit on there. They went in there and confiscated his equipment, knowing that stuff was on there, so they could get him on that. I mean, he's a CIA guy. Why would he leave that stuff on his hard drive or whatever, upload? Like, honestly, truthfully, okay, follow me here, okay? I'm not a scumbag, but if you wanted to look at this stuff, you don't have to download it to your damn computer. You could stream the shit. And this guy's a spook. He's an FBI, he's a CIA guy, so he knows this stuff, I'm sure. Why would he upload the shit on his computer so it'll be evidence of it? Come on. It says, oh yes, exposing the CIA, and then he magically has explicit material in his possession. What a total coincidence, haha. See, that's exactly what I'm saying. Another one, it says, headline should read, FBI plants a child porn on whistleblower's computer and gets him convicted. They're saying, I hadn't read these comments. Like, I just barely freaking scanned over this and shared it. But I hadn't read these comments. So, and these comments are saying the same thing I'm saying. Like, it's a logical conclusion. It says, so they can turn your TV into a listening device remotely, but they can't remotely upload files on your computer, right? Another one, it says the porn charges were an obvious setup to silence a defector and terrify anyone else thinking about outing KGB. I meant CIA. Another one, it says, so he whistle blew, then they just hit him with CP charges to discredit his character or what? Because I know the feds are the largest distributor of child porn for the honest pots. It says the irony, the CIA is locking him up for spying because the CIA is spying. That is ironic. He spied on us. Or he exposed that we were spying on people. And we're going to lock him up for spying on us. You can't do that. We got a monopoly on that. It says reveal state secrets, then gets arrested for possession of CP. Another one says, I would not be surprised if they set him up with the CP. Yep. What is this one?
Minister of Satan for the Satanic Temple. I personally oppose Bill HF 2073 because I believe in the separation of church and state. But if the bill does pass, I'm excited for the opportunities it presents for the Satanic Temple to provide support, services, and programs for school children in our state. Iowa has several ordained ministers of Satan, and we would be happy to engage children.
This is Satanic Temple Minister Mortimer Adramelech. He's arguing against an Iowa bill that would allow chaplains to serve as employees or volunteers in Iowa public schools and offer support, services, and programs similar to a school counselor. And this bill's been inching closer and closer to reality in recent weeks. This minister argued that the legislation violates the separation of church and state under the U.S. Constitution. And it just so happens that separation of church and state is a huge pillar for the Satanic Temple, which, by the way, is not to be confused with the Church of Satan. The Satanic Temple is also a federally recognized religion that, while striving for separation of church and state, also pushes for equal religious representation in public spaces. So that's why Adramelech is essentially throwing Iowa Republicans an ultimatum. Either don't pass the bill or go ahead and pass it, and I'll be ready to do my part to help the children as a Satanic Temple minister. Other critics are expressing concern because the bill doesn't even define chaplain, nor does it require chaplains to have a license, endorsement, certification, authorization, or statement of recognition issued by the Board of Education examiners, a requirement for all other school employees. Chaplains would just have to pass the background check. Those in favor of the bill point to its provision that students would not be required to utilize the support, services, or programs provided by a chaplain, and say a chaplain could be from any denomination, despite some pretty loud Christian overtones. Would you want a chaplain in your school?
I am a minister of Satan for the Satanic Temple.
Yeah, this is the kind of things that are going to happen when they pass these really silly bills, and they have like Christianity involved, in mind or whatever. But people are going to use them however they see fit. So then in this situation would be this guy saying, if you guys pass this bill, then I'm going to go in there as a Church of Satan or whatever and be a chaplain to your kids. So if that's what you want, then go ahead and pass this bill. And then people are going to be like, oh, no, I don't want that. Okay, well then, what are you doing? Pay attention. Wake up, wake up, wake up. It says Satanists argue against proposed Iowa bill. The proposed Iowa bill raises questions about the role of chaplains in schools. As the bill inches closer to reality, Minister Adramelech of Satanic Temple argues that it violates the separation of church and state. And a lot of the stuff, like they're trying to get the 10 Commandments in the classrooms and stuff like that. And that's what I've been arguing on the show, is that little the separation between church and state has been deteriorating more and more and more and more. And there's a reason why that shit is, or it's a reason why it shouldn't be, there should be a clear separation of church and state. There's a reason for that. So yeah, you're thinking that you want Christian values in your school, but then you can't discriminate between one religion or another. Then you're going to have satanic in your school. It says, whether or not you believe he is real, if you worship Satan, pardon me for not trusting you. Another comment says, hold on. It says the Satanic Temple does more public service acts than the majority of Christian churches. It says, how are we a nation under God and have a church of Satan among our country? Another one that says, great act of reverse psychology, passed the bill, helps Satanists. Another comment says, I've already said that if my kid's school, I live in Texas, wants to put chaplains instead of counselors, I'm ready to demand equal religious representation and ask for a Wiccan high priest or priestess. Another one that says, highly probable that all Satanic Temple ministers will pass background checks. Can't say the same about some other religions. I was going to say something, but I'm going to hold my tongue. I don't want to offend people. It says the ultra right wing are playing checkers. Mr. Adramelech is playing chess. It says the trolling is a masterclass in reverse psychology. I love seeing things like this in this weird timeline we're living in. Another one, it says, a friendly reminder that the Satanic Temple does not worship nor believe in an actual Satan. I applaud them for giving these political pause. separation of church and state is guaranteed in the Constitution. And if you're going to let one religion in, you must let them all in. Good on him for speaking up. It says, that's a checkmate if I've ever seen one. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know, man. And it's like, I think that you can be a Christian and have Christian values or whatever and all of that. But if you want all of the kids in the school to be Christians or whatever, and this is like a public school, but see, that's the reason why you have these private schools that are expanding across the nation, because they've been picking apart the public school, destroying the public school. And it's the parents are taking their kids to private schools more than ever before. And a lot of these schools tend to be Christian schools. I don't know. I want my kids to learn about evolution. This one, it says, filing from Fulton County DA Fannie Willis acknowledges personal relationship with prosecutor, but says it's not disqualifying for Trump case. So this is true. And I remember when the little rumors were coming out about it, and I was like, yeah, that sounds like that could be true. And it does show like a bit of a conflict of interest, but it's given that this high profile case is the reason why it came out. I wonder how many other cases have been impacted by these kinds of situations, where these people got personal relationships. This one came out because it was the Trump case. What about Tebow and Charlie, who caught a case last week, and you had the same kind of situation with these personal relationships, and it led to these dudes going to jail, and they was innocent, or they was guilty and they got off. Either way, it says, breaking, a filing from Fulton County DA Fannie Willis acknowledges a personal relationship with prosecutor Nathan Wade, but pushes back on allegations of misconduct in Georgia election interference case. In a new court filing, Willis claims she has no financial conflict of interest that constitutes a legal basis for disqualification from the case, that she has no personal conflict of interest that would justify her or the office's dismissal. Sounds to me like this case going to get dismissed on these grounds. Retrial. It says, so this is an insane issue, but Clarence Thomas, insurrectionist wife, isn't, and he's a SCOTUS judge. Yeah, I think that's an issue too. Another one says, this is a conflict of interest. She is not above the law, neither is her boyfriend. Another one says, why is Clarence Thomas still seated on the Supreme Court after being gifted high-end trips and many donations from millionaires? And the thing about that is that, if we're not talking about Clarence Thomas right now. We're talking about Fannie Willis right now. So it's like the thing, you're speeding and the cop pulls you over, and you're like, why you pull me over? Those other people were speeding too. Look. And he's like, I didn't pull them over. I pulled you over for speeding. Right now we're talking about you speeding. Can I see your license and registration, please? After I get done with them, I'll go deal with after I get done with you, I'll try to go deal with them. But right now we're dealing with you. It's the whole pointing fingers thing. And it happens a lot in politics right now. It's like, you say something about Trump, and then they'd be like, well, what about Biden? Say something about Biden, they say, well, what about Trump? It's like, let's deal with one thing at a time. Just because somebody else is doing it doesn't dismiss that you're doing it. And we caught you, and we're trying to hold you accountable for this. That's not how you get out of trouble, is by saying somebody else was doing the trouble. Like, why are you picking on me? Well, why did you do the crime? It says she is correct, but she should have used more common sense during this time. Seems like a pretty stupid move during such an important and high-profile case. Did she really think no one will find out? That face right there is a face of, I didn't think nobody would really look at this situation. Like, I never thought this would come out. Yeah, well, you brought the attention on yourself with this high-profile case. So, yeah. Of course they're going to dig. It says exactly her personal life has no bearing on the case in front of them. I don't know. Sometimes your personal life does, when your personal life involves someone else who's involved in the case. Like, actually, it kind of does, especially if those people are acting in a professional capacity related to the case. It kind of does. It kind of does. It says this has nothing to do with this case. It kind of does. It kind of does. It kind of does. If the dude she was screwing was random Joe Blow, it would, but it's not. So it does. You can't use that. No. It says thousands of Houstonians are sent to jail with no legal basis under DA Ogg, judges say. Harris County District Attorney Kim Ogg's office filed criminal charges in more than 4,500 cases in 2022 that judges said lacked probable cause, the lowest burden of proof needed to detain and prosecute someone. Says this means prosecutors are sending more and more Houstonians to an overly overcrowded jail with no legal basis, sometimes causing them to lose income or even temporary access to their children, a Houston Chronicle investigation found. So earlier we were talking about the prison labor and the people getting lent out and going to the mansion, washing dishes and stuff. So, and then the guy made a comment about these people. Oh, well, you did the crime, you did the time. So, I don't feel sorry for you. Well, look, right here, it's saying that, these people are going to jail basically for no reason at all. Like, these are innocent folks going to jail and working at the mansion. It would benefit them. If the prison is making money off of people being there, they don't care if these people are guilty or not. They do not care. They need bodies to fill spots so they can send them to mansions and go wash dishes and stuff. You know what I mean? That's all they care about. So are these people guilty? I don't care if they're guilty. They got caught up in the damn system. That's what they did wrong. They got caught up in the system. So yeah, they got to pay. Basically, somebody's got to pay for their labor so I can make some money. That's what's going to happen. That's what it is. That's what the business is. That's what's going on here. So it benefits the prisons that these people come through and aren't even really guilty. So kickbacks, all kinds of corruption, shit happening, going through with related to police, judges, lawyers. Everybody's pockets getting lined to railroad people in. That's why most people take pleas. Most people don't go to trial. They try to talk you out of going to trial and scare you and say you're going to go to prison forever if you go to trial. Just take this plea. They don't have to have no evidence. They don't have to present no case. They don't have to prove your guilt. You just admitted guilt when you took that plea. And they talk you into it. And they sell it to you like it's the best thing for you to do. But now you're going to jail and you was innocent. You didn't even do nothing wrong. And now they're using you for free ass prison labor. It says Kelly Johnson, a district judge who presides over felony cases, said grand juries would not hear a case until days, weeks, or even months after a judge had rejected it for lack of probable cause. If a grand jury approves a case later, all that tells me is it was filed prematurely, she said. It says grand jury approves more felony charges rejected by the judges. Prosecutors are successfully taking up more and more felony cases to the grand jury after judges rule that they lack probable cause. Yeah, it's like probable cause, schmobable cause. We don't need that. It says, and Harris County processes so many. I think it's Dallas County or somewhere like that. processes more, whatever. Like more people go through that system than like anywhere in the country. Like the way they got a machine in there. They arraign multiple people at the same time. Like they do all of the groups at the same time. Like they railroad people into the holding cells be packed. It says Harris County District Attorney Kim Ogg office filed criminal charges in more than 4,500 cases in 2022 that judges said lacked probable cause. The lowest burden of proof needed to detain and prosecute someone. That's more than double the number of cases tossed in 2016, the year before Ogg took office. This means prosecutors are sending more and more Houstonians to an already overcrowded jail with no legal basis, sometimes causing them to lose income or even temporary access to their children, Houston Chronicle investigation found. The data brings fresh scrutiny to the way the county's top elected prosecutor, Democrat, is running her office as she faces a well-financed opponent in the upcoming primary election. It also draws attention to the rigor of an intake process that serves as the gateway to the judicial system for tens of thousands of Houston area residents. Yeah, no probable cause, just getting railroaded into the system. So yeah, Democrat. So yeah, the other post was pointing fingers at the Republicans. Here you go, is an evidence of the Democrats doing this shady shit. Two wings, same bird. You know, one hand washes the other. One hand locks them up and railroads them to through the prison system, and the other hand makes money off of the freaking labor of these mostly innocent folks. There's no comments to this. Oh. It says the reason of the increase based on interviews with more than a dozen current and former DA staffs and criminal defense attorneys is a change that Ogg made to the intake unit soon after she took office. So she did something actively to lead to these results, and I bet you she got paid for it too. And I'm not talking about her salary. It says, on the flip side, we let hundreds of very violent repeat criminals back out on the streets with little or no bond. The Houston justice system needs to be investigated. See, I would agree. You know, it's you got innocent people getting locked up and you got guilty people getting let free. It's like the justice system is not just. Nobody really cares about innocence or guilt. How much money I can make out of this situation. It says, what about all the liberal judges that let out violent repeat offenders? Another one that says, keep electing Democrats, and this is what you get. Try something different. What is this comment about the liberal judges and repeat offenders? How does that fit into this situation what we're talking about here? It just threw me all the way off because I was thinking about it. How does that fit? Why did you make that comment? You just gonna throw that in there like randomly? We're talking about a Democrat right now. Like, what do you? It says there is probable cause. Police don't arrest people for no reason. Democrat judge dismissed the charges because they are soft on crime. No, bro. Like, yes, people do get randomly arrested, bro. Like, innocent people get arrested all the time. Like, you really think that every time a police officer makes an arrest, it's as a result of somebody actually committing a crime? Like, come on, man. You gotta be, you're smarter than that, Russell. It says PSYOP post, Ogg doesn't prosecute at all. The F. Another one says, LOL, and yes, she lets killers walk free again and again. It says, which one is it? Too many criminals or the DA offices accepting baseless cases? No, don't try to win over Democrats with something that has been going on. Y'all are just exposing because other people are experiencing this. They're accepting baseless cases. We don't have too many criminals. We got baseless cases. They're creating criminals because they have the prison industrial complex that needs to be fed. Must feed the machine. I'm hungry. Feed me. Feed me, Dior. Feed me. It says, isn't it the judge or jury who decides if people are found guilty or not? Yeah, it is. But they were talking about probable cause. There's a system that happens before they make it to the judge or the jury, because you don't want the judge and the jury to be dealing with every fucking case when there's no probable cause to even give them a case. There's no case, buddy. Why would you want to put that in front of a judge and a jury? There's no case there. The judge is going to look at it and say, what are we doing here? The jury's going to be like, y'all don't have nothing to present for me. Can I go? Why do I have to be here? Come on, bro. You're smarter than that, Marcus. It says it seems to be a real issue here in our system. No one seems to believe in the truth or what is right or the facts that proves guilt. I guess no one wants to hear the truth, only what helps them look good. And I don't say this because I'm a criminal or have done anything wrong. However, I've seen it happen. Yeah, this is what I think. I think people don't care about the truth no more. That's why we have all of these conspiracy theories floating around, and they just call what they don't agree with fake news, which we do have fake news out there, but people call it fake news because they just don't want to believe it, no matter how much stats and information and facts actually are there to back it up. It doesn't go with their political ideology, so then it's fake news. What do y'all think? It says, and then y'all wonder why your kids get murdered by someone who got out of jail 1,000,000 times. Okay. No probable cause. It's not these people that's getting out of jail 1,000,000 times or whatever. Like, that's not what we're talking about here. Most of the people in prison are non-violent offenders. Yes, those violent people need to be locked up, but there's people that shouldn't be locked up. And right now, that's what we're talking about. It says no legal basis. Yes, I'm sure they're all innocent, all of them. I lived in the hood to know if you're in jail, the probability is extremely high you belong there. And before you piss in your panties, yes, some don't. Yeah, but you just said all of them. What did you say? It's extremely high that they all belong there. Yeah, even without no probable cause or no like evidence, nothing. Like, you don't know that the system is railroading people with plea bargains and all kinds of shit. You don't get it. It's a simple world that you live in. Criminals bad, go to jail. Justice system works. You know. I wish I was that naive. I'd probably sleep better at night. It says progressives lies. Houston crime is worse than ever since the Soros DA and soft on crime judges like Hidalgo keep a revolving door of criminals. And of course, you would think that, you know, Houston crime is worse than ever if you're watching the news. But then you got people that come out with data to show that the crime has gone down, violent crime especially, and petty crimes have gone down. And you got information to cover that. But when you watch the news and every night they're just showing some criminals doing crime stuff, and then you're like, oh, it's a freaking crime epidemic going on here in Houston. You know, that's not true. The data disputes that. But again, you're going to say it's fake news. I could go look up, I could look it up right now and show you the data, and you're going to say it's fake news. So I'm not going to take the time to prove to you something that you're not going to believe, regardless of what I show to you. Because you could look it up yourself. Look it up yourself. It's like the data is there. What were the rates last year? What was the rates the year before? What was the rates year before that? You can look that shit up. It'll show the data. Number of arrests, number of violent crime arrests, number of petty crime arrests. All this stuff is documented. You're not going to care to look it up because you know crime is up because you saw a robbery or something. Like your personal anecdote was enough for you to feel like crime is up. I didn't get robbed in 2021, but I got robbed in 2023, so crime is up.
Houthis have threatened to cut the Red Sea underground fiber optic cable if the US and UK launch another attack on Yemeni airports. This is a huge threat, as this cable is the lifeblood of communication pathways connecting Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. The severance of these cables poses a serious threat to geopolitical stability, global financial markets, and cybersecurity. More than 99% of the world's international internet traffic and more than 80% of international telephone communication traffic passes through submarine fiber optic cables. Yemen's Houthis have threatened to cut the Red Sea underground fiber optic cable if the US and UK launch another attack on Yemeni airports. This is a huge threat, as this cable is the lifeblood of communication pathways connecting Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. The severance of these cables poses a serious threat to geopolitical stability, global financial markets, and cybersecurity. More than 99% of the world's international internet traffic and more than 80% of international telephone communication traffic passes through submarine fiber optic cables. Yemen's Houthis have threatened to cut the Red Sea underground fiber optic cable.
Okay, I'm not gonna make it play 3 times, but we was talking about this earlier, and I just wanted to make sure that you guys could hear what they're saying. You know, it can affect cybersecurity. We did a couple of stories earlier that they all link up to this one. We were talking about China and the attacks, fifth generational warfare with the cyber attacks. We talked about the Houthis and the history related to the Houthis, and like I say, they threaten to cut these. This is what this story is talking about right here. Is, you know, they threaten to cut these fiber optic cables, and this story is explaining how important they are, you know, to the global system. You know, and this is not a small thing. This is really a big deal. Like, it really is a big deal. And like I said, I don't know how they can really secure those cables. They go so far underwater, like a long ways. You can't secure that shit. I don't know. Maybe you could put something around it to make it hard, build some kind of barrier to keep it, make it difficult to get to it with some triggers that trigger that somebody is messing with it, so then you can go over there and blow them up or shoot them or whatever. But yeah, this is a big deal right here. So I bet you they're scared of this happening. You know, they're still bombing Yemen and the Houthis, so I guess the threat didn't really mean nothing. But one comment says Yemen ain't effing around. Yep. You know, I think they should take their threat serious, because they threatened to attack the ships, and they did it. And now they got them shaking in their boots related to that. And it's like, I saw some clips where they were talking about these ships where they were protecting themselves from pirates, and they put all these spikes around the ship and barbed wire on the stairwells and stuff like that. But a lot of that stuff isn't going to help. The Houthis have helicopters, they have aircraft, and they get on the ship through their aircraft. So, yeah. Or they send a drone and shoot at it. All of that stuff don't work against that.
I did I divorced my husband? I divorced my husband because I was making a certain amount of money. I divorced my husband because I thought I didn't need him anymore. I divorced my husband because I had this senior position at work and thought I held the same position at home. I divorced my husband because I thought I was better than him because I had my degree now. I divorced my husband because I thought a successful marriage meant I was here and he was down here. That is not success. That's fucking sickness. I found myself divorced and out there looking for love in all the wrong places, fucking this one and that one and that one and that one and this one and that one, and my body count going up and my value going down. I'm just gonna call it like a TI is. All the while, my husband done found somebody else building a relationship and building a life with them. I should have stayed married to my husband. I felt like I was on this dark road with no street lights, pitch dark, and I couldn't find my way and didn't know which way to go. I felt lost. I felt like I was walking barefoot on that dark road with pebbles and hot rocks sticking my foot. I felt hurt. I felt alone because every time he and that one and this one and that one left my bed, I was alone all by myself. And which was supposed to be soft and comfortable for me, my pillow, it was now filled with tears. I should not have left my husband. Why did I divorce my husband? I divorced my.
So yeah, man, it's been a lot of policies, movies, songs. They're tearing the household apart because that, divide and conquer, it's a lot of stuff that's separating us. We got this partisan politics, we got these culture wars, and then we have this thing that's happening between the genders. And it's a war of the genders. And it's not by coincidence, man. This was incentivized. You had the independent woman deal going around. You have these policies in place related to child support, related to like spousal support and food stamps that are tearing the household apart because the woman has incentives to not have the man there. She can get paid. She can have 3 baby daddies and be getting income from all 3 of them, and food stamps. You got a lot of stuff like that. And then on the other end, you got the high end part of it that still has the same result of I get degrees and I make more money than, the man I'm with is supposed to make more money than me. He's supposed to pay all the bills. He's supposed to be 6'2". He's supposed to be a gentleman and a gangster. All of this stuff that's really just like a knight in shining armor. Like it's a fairy tale. And the women, they get to a certain level, they make a certain amount of money, and now most men are just not good enough for them. Their husband doesn't make as much money as they do, whatever. They feel like they don't need them or whatever, or they need to find a man that makes more money or whatever it is. So on both ends of the spectrum, you have this same thing that's happening, these pressures that are driving a wedge into the household, And like I say, it's divide and conquer. You got these people paying bills. You got men paying bills at multiple households. You got their kids spread out in multiple households. They got, it's the husband and the wife are in separate homes, and the kids bounce back and forth or whatever. And it's like, you have to pay more now. You got to pay all the bills now. You wanted to be selfish and you wanted to be controlling. You wanted to be greedy, but you were incentivized to be that way though. That's one thing I have to say in your defense. And they play on your vices. They play on your ills. They play on your, your sins, and they slide in onto your ego and, your jealousy, your envy, any of that stuff, your gluttony. They slide in there and they use that to basically destroy the household. A nation is made up of households, bro. Like the nation is only as strong as the household, bro. So like you make the people weak when you weaken the household. And you weaken the household by breaking up marriages, by breaking up families, you know, having them fighting against each other instead of fighting together. I mean, it's really simple, but it's like I think a lot of people don't see it because they've been blinded by the narrative. It gets sold to them over and over again. Every commercial they see on TV, every movie, every song, and every damn that like you get punished for doing what's right and staying together and building a foundation. You know, you face all kinds of hardships, and you face ridicule, and you face scrutiny, you face ostracization, you know, people making fun of you, laughing at you, making jokes, making comments. It says, that grass is not, it looks greener until you find out it's turf. We all need each other. Drop the ego. We do. We need each other. Men complement women. Women complement men. It's like the wall socket and the plug. Both of them are useless until you plug them together and they fit each other. The parts fit each other and they complement each other and they work together. Like they need each other to function properly. And that's what men and women are. It says, why do y'all try so hard to make women settle and not try to make the man better? Was it not possible for him to grow with her? Imagine if he matched or exceeded her. Bro, are you not listening to what the woman is saying? Or sis, are you not listening to what the woman is saying? She's saying she should have stayed with her husband, you know, even though she was making more money, even though she had 2-3 degrees. She said it would have been better if she would have stayed with him and build something with him. So yes, she can make him better. He can better himself. But we can do this together. You know, it doesn't have to be a competition. If you're looking at it like, why can't the man be better? Then your ass is going to be alone. Still looking for that knight in shining armor guy that doesn't exist. Or if he does exist, he's the 1%. So the chances are you're not going to have that guy. And I'm not telling you that you should settle. Go for what you know. Get what you know you deserve. But if you find somebody that really loves you, like, and really wants to build with you, then that is the ultimate goal. Not finding somebody that makes more money than you. That's how you end up in an abusive relationship. In a toxic, the ultimate goal should be to be with somebody that cares about you and wants to build with you, not how much he's making or whatever. You know, there's a lot of things that are breaking the household up. These women, they can find the jobs. They get hired on the jobs. A lot of these guys are qualified, but they don't get hired on these jobs. And I've seen this myself. You know, I mean, it's just a hard thing to try to explain to people. Like in the corporate world, in some circumstances, you have a situation where you know, the man is a threat. Okay, he's a threat in the situation. So they prefer to have someone that's not a threat, and they look at the female as not a threat. So then they give her this position because they feel like she's not a threat. I'm not making excuses for men. I'm not. There's a reason why things are the way that they are, and it's to wedge the household. And if you have this competition way of thinking, then you're going to be alone is what you're going to be. And they win. Corporations win because you're alone. And now you need somebody, you need something to fill that space. So you use the corporations to fill that space when it could have been your man, even though he wasn't making as much as you. Y'all could have been building. Who makes the most money should not be what's important. I mean, I don't know. It says her marriage was the definition of unequally yoked, and is why she lost respect for him. To have stayed with him would have been to settle and would have broken her down. The new woman clearly has lower standards. So this person, this is another person that's not hearing what this lady is saying. Okay. And that equally yoked thing is so stupid. That's so dumb. Where the hell did that shit come from? Like, oh my God. That is really, really dumb. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be offensive, but that is dumb. I'm sorry. That's how I feel. I've heard that equally yoked thing, and it's so dumb. Like, I tried to understand it. I spent a lot of time thinking about it, but I ultimately came to the conclusion that it was just silly. To have stayed with him would have been to settle. So, okay, yeah, settle for somebody who loves and cares for you and wants to build with you. Don't, you know, if that's what you call settling, then okay, and that's a good thing. Talking about would have broken her down. So she should be lonely and crying into her pillow and alone. That's the right decision to make because the guy isn't making enough money. Another comment says, "Side once again, DL brand team, you're resharing anti-black women sound bites. Y'all just can't keep black women's names out of your mouth." Shaking my head. Resharing anti-black women sound bites. I don't know, man. This is coming from a black woman, and she's just saying, you know, she should have stayed with her husband. It's not an anti-woman deal. You know, is it anti-woman for women to want to stay married to their husband? Is that anti-woman? So you're not a feminist enough if you want to stay married to your husband. You're supposed to want to be single and miserable and crying in your pillow at night. It says, even in the comments, folks allergic to accountability. I'm telling you. It says, she see her mistake and took accountability. Most people won't admit it because of pride, but it sure takes courage to admit. And it's off to this lady saying that she should have stayed with her husband. Yeah, the younger women don't want to hear it, and they're going to make the same mistake she made and come to the same conclusion she made. Then they're going to be older, and their freaking options is going to be limited as hell. It says, people look at the comments at the woman who arguing about this video. They're the ones who are going to be making this video in 10 to 20 years. That's pretty much exactly what I just said. It says, all I hear is I'm stupid and left my husband for superficial reasons. Well, I mean, she's admitting it, and that's not stupid. That's smart. That shows knowledge. Like wisdom, actually, is a better word. You know, she's gained wisdom. So listen to her and don't make the same mistakes that she made. She's sharing it. That's a gift. The comment says, collecting bodies and losing value, profound. Another one says, she sat back and reflected. She realized after it was all said and done that she wasn't going to find a man better than her husband or a man that loved her the same as her husband. That's why God should lead your marriage, because you're going to be lost within the marriage. It takes a real woman to acknowledge this, process all the mistakes, and admit them in camera, to talk about it with maybe a woman thinking and possibly feeling the same way. Talk about run-on sentences. It says, ma'am, that's your story, your choice are on you. This is not a billboard for anyone else. Every relationship is unique. Do what is best for you. Stop buying into this high value, low value body count BS and live to seek your own happiness and peace wherever you find it. Some people don't belong in relationships or marriages at all, and some can't be without them. People are individuals. Please stop getting life advice from strangers on the internet. Yeah, I think this person is again trying to, find ways around what this lady is saying here. So some people shouldn't be in relationships. I guess you can say that. I mean, but it's better when there's somebody else there, especially someone that cares about you. It says, I talk to women all day in the salon, and I've never met a woman that divorced her husband for these reasons. Usually they work and try and try and work and don't get anywhere with their husbands. They're doing life alone long before the word divorce even come up because their men aren't doing life with them. I mean, I'm sure there are situations that's true. I mean, a toxic relationship is a toxic relationship, and you should get out. No situations you should, even if you are married, yes, you should get a divorce if you're in a toxic relationship. But I don't think that's what she's talking about here. I mean, I guess the relationship was toxic, but it was because of her and her attitude on, you know, I make more money than him now, so I need to find somebody else. Comment says, you set that man free. God bless him. I'm happy for him. Says feminist movement effed it up for women now. Another one that says, so unhappy because she's still in competition with her husband. She see his thriving with someone who appreciates him and he's not in shambles. She thought he could survive without her and that he was beneath her in the marriage. Yep, I've been there. I'm about to have to wrap it, y'all. I'm getting delirious. It says, think about the fact that Harriet Tubman, 1822 to 1913, was alive during the lives of both the second POTUS, John Adams, 1826, and the 40th POTUS, Ronald Reagan. The impact of American slavery and genocide isn't ancient history, it's contemporary reality. It says, 3 facts about Black history to put history in perspective. This isn't ancient. It's here and now. Let's continue to educate ourselves and elevate our fight for justice because justice can't wait. It says this. Also, I love how in history books they purposely make photos in black and white when we already had color pictures, but that's their sly way of making it look like it was so long ago. Another comment, it says, I'm taken back by the comments that the presuppose a genetic inheritance of trauma because the way epigenetics can be twisted and suggested that genetic memory is scientifically accurate. It's not. Genetic memory is still pseudoscience. Besides, it's not history. That, for me, is the hurdle. It's the fact that the slave trade is alive and well in the modern era, but I don't see anyone calling for reparations from countries in the rest of the world to do what has rarely, if ever, been done before, pay reparations. No, I would rather see universal health care enacted, which would address the concerns of epigenetic legacy and uplift everyone. No to reparations. No, I'll die on this hill. I really respect that, actually, because I can go with universal health care. I'm with it. Whatever we have to do to get that, a lot of people that are saying no to reparations, it comes from a racist point. But you can do things without doing reparations that'll help everyone, and it'll help Black people too. So that's what we should do, I think, because people are going to always make arguments against reparations, but those arguments against like universal health care, a lot of them, they fall hollow when you have the actual data. It says, can we do a bit more research and call out other instances that aren't the common ones we know and always talk about? Thousands have been lynched, others have freed slaves. Let's dig deeper into history and not be lazy and continually admit the same instances over and over again as if there aren't other examples. The other one that says, white Americans are possibly frightened of their history. It doesn't show them in a particularly good light. They like to think of their history as if they are the heroes, but the reality is they weren't, and they aren't, and they won't be. Another comment, Carolyn Bryant is a major reason I just don't respect my elders. You never know what elderly person has done vile things. Who is Carolyn Bryant? Another comment, it says, excellent points. And let's also talk about that idea that no one alive today who suffered from slavery, trauma from slavery, altered genetics, and that generational genetic trauma combined to be passed to future generations. It's another comment says, where's the guy Cash A? It says, if you were running in California, I'd vote for you. Send money when I'm able. Another one that says, two major eye-opening moments in my life came when I learned NASA added a ton of colors to all the outer space photos we saw in school, and our history books turned all the civil rights movement photos to black and white. Another one that says, and the civil rights era was the 60s and 70s. Like, I don't want to date myself, but I was, I'm not going to say it. My mom and dad was active in that era. Like, so that wasn't very long ago, basically. It says, the black girl escorted by police to go to school as old as my mother. The black girl escorted by police to go to school is as old as my mother. They probably started school in the same year, just one of them in dirty communistic regime and the other one with police escort in the free America, quote unquote. It says, this isn't history, this is happening. It says, the concept of within living memory eludes a lot of people who are uncomfortable with the facts of history. What's worse, they fail to understand that history rarely has defined heroes and villains. It's not that simple. It's never purely black or white. There's always a series of facts that are subject to the interpretation of people, some with an agenda, some with the subject to the bias of their times, some just viewing it through a single lens. But at the end of it, history is always fact. It is the sign of an evolved society when it is able to confront those facts and all this attendant information and learn from it and evolve. Sadly, we're not there. We're clearly not there. Yes. History is fact. He says the sign of an evolved society when it is able to confront those facts and all the attendant information and learn from it and evolve. So that's, and he says we're sadly not there. It's like, I really wish, and I love history. I really wish that we can look at history and learn from it so that those things don't happen again. But if we can't come to the conclusion or to the agreement of what actually happened, what the actual facts were, then we can't improve. We can't get to the point where we're avoiding these things happening again, improve in our present day. If we can't agree on what happened yesterday, we can't improve today. Picture of Harriet Tubman, clear color. It says, people who think Emmett Till being lynched in 1955 is ancient history should remember that 18 current members of Congress are older than him, and the white woman, Carol Bryant, who got him lynched just today, died without accountability. It's not ancient history, it's contemporary reality. Oh, okay, so that's who Carol Bryant is. It says, politicians, we can't pay reparations to black people because no one alive today suffered through that terrorism. It's ancient history. People, that's not valid excuse, but also here are 3 survivors of the 1921 Tulsa race massacre, and they demand reparations. Politicians also know. I'm tired, y'all. It says, the most valuable of all education is the ability to make yourself do the thing you have to do when it has to be done, whether you like it or not. James Baldwin. I love that. You feel obligated when you know things because the other people around you know they don't know. So you have to you have to act. You have to take action. If you know, you have to take action. I think it says something like that in the Bible, or it says something like that in the Quran. Somewhere, it's either the Quran or the Bible. I get them mixed up because they're so similar. And it's like, if you know, you have to take action. I don't even know what the words are. It says, what the Elon Musk, 2014, what is that? 8 billion. 2024, 222 billion. Jeff Bezos, 2014, 32 billion. 2024, 179 billion. Is that right? Wealth of Mark Zuckerberg, 2014, 28 billion. 2024, 134 billion. U.S. minimum wage, 2014, 725. 2024, 725. Yeah. It says, Three Pines Coffee in Salt Lake City has eliminated tipping and raised wages from $8 an hour to $18 an hour. The owner realized the tips were good in the summer but inconsistent in the winter. To pay for the higher wages, he raised the price of a cup of coffee about $1. It says at Three Pines, our commitment to equitable compensation is reflected on our hourly wage of $18 for every employee. As a no-tipping establishment, we priced our offering slightly higher to ensure fair and equal pay. This approach is designed to encompass all costs comprehensively, including sales tax, which already incorporated in our listed prices. It says, is this the real solution to tipping fatigue? Another one, it says, you people in the comments complaining that $18 isn't enough. You people will never be happy. This is a barista position at a small business. Please be serious. It says, tips help people remain accountable. I am sure service is suffering now. No, it's freaking left over from like slavery. And like almost no other country really does it like this. You can tip as a compliment, but the people should be getting paid enough to live without the tips. And you shouldn't feel obligated to tip either, but that's the way it is. And I pay my bill. I make about $50 a year off of tips. But it shouldn't be that. It should be different. Everyone griping at this guy because $18 an hour isn't enough. Maybe gripe about how there's no rent control in Utah. Another one, how about fair, negotiated, and collective wages that workers are able to live off of year-round? Tipping is such an unstable concept, sincerely, Norway. And that's the problem I have with it. It's totally unpredictable, unstable, and one week to the next, I make totally different money. It always averages out, I'll say that, but it calls for hairy situations. And you got to rely on the generosity of these people. And some people just suck. It says, this is what I mean when I say I'm against tipping culture. I'm not anti-worker. I'm against people relying on the charity of customers for a living wage. It says, love this concept. Also checked out a living wage calculator, and it said $18 an hour is the living wage for Salt Lake City. Awesome. So sales tax is incorporated into our listed price. What an odd choice of words. Well, it's a lot of texts you don't even know because you don't recognize them and you forget about them. You know. It says, yes, and increasing the federal minimum wage, eliminating the restaurant industry's exemption from it, and more rulings from judges about executive compensation packages are too. It says, ditch capitalism and then we'll talk. It says, rising wages and eliminating tipping should be part of a larger strategy that also includes lowering healthcare costs nationally, providing public transit, capping rent, etc. This is a good move for our small business, but they can't do everything. This is a long game, people. Yeah, it's nice that this business did this, but it would be nicer if you had this all across the nation, or if you made it a policy. You know, homeless people is a policy choice. People not making enough money to live is a policy choice. Let's see, is there anything that I really want to cover before I get out of here? Subsidies, they're talking about Africa has to stay poor for the world to be rich. Russia calls for an immediate ceasefire and the establishment of a Palestinian state within 1967 borders. I saw a clip where Putin sat down next to Netanyahu and acted like he wasn't there. I don't know where they were at. It was a bunch of world leaders. I saw the dude from France. He was like 2 seats down from Putin. The first contingent of the Russian army arrived in Burkina Faso. Some of this stuff is old. You got Russia backing up Burkina Faso. That's interesting. Thomas Sankor. Nobody cares, and I've been covering that like crazy. I'm not gonna cover it. I made videos of that in the past. It got 0 views. Let's see, U.S. financial attack on China. Let me go to this because this kind of fits with what we've been talking about. So check this out. It says, breaking, U.S. financial attack in China failing. As we speak, history unfolds in front of us. As explained in the last tweet, the U.S. uses financial war tactics, including massive shorting and prolonged rate hikes to harvest foreign assets. Am I sharing? And can y'all hear me? Rate hikes to harvest. So yeah, we were talking about the U.S. talking about China and their cyber attacks on the United States. Here we're talking about the United States and financial attacks on China. Do you think all of this is happening? I would say yes. It says, you are aware that it is now doing this to China as we wreaked havoc. However, since Wednesday, games changed. China turned it around, and it has now prepared enough capital to take over foreign funds and A shares in entirety, rendering further shortings effort completely pointless. Below graphic is SSE Composite Index this week. This is the decisive battle before the U.S. will be forced to drop interest rate. Their time is running out. No matter how determined they are to chew on his fat sheep called China, seems like they won't succeed now. This is the toughest challenge China has faced in a long, long time. So yeah, they talk about the shorts I would explain shorts, but my brain is fried, so I'm probably going to say it wrong. This one, it says, financial capitalism of the U.S. is a debt-fueled Ponzi scheme. An inevitable explosion is destined due to exponentially expanding debt, aka money supply, outpacing industrial production. Wonder why the best minds of this country go into the financial industry. The only way to delay its explosion is to financialize foreign assets and siphon such wealth with its overprinted dollar. This tactic temporarily rebalances the asset-debt ratio, simple maths. But there is another step before they can do it cheaply, minimizing further debt accrual. They either coerce, manipulate, or bribe other nations to privatize national assets at reduced prices, or use financial wars to destabilize economies and devaluing foreign assets. The tactics range from aggressive market strategies like massive short selling to prolonged rate hikes. In Russia's case, the U.S. influenced the privatization of national resources, leading to asset transfers to the U.S., followed by sanctions and asset seizures. Beautiful workflow. Additionally, to augment the impact of financial wars, U.S. incites color revolutions in vulnerable regions and exacerbate capital flight from these victim countries, further tanking asset prices. They would then swoop in to gobble these assets cheaply with the inflated USD, and this feast will sustain the U.S. economy for a few years until the cycle begins again. I hope it explains America's imperative need for world domination and why they are so upset when someone with deep pocket has to come to disrupt all these plans. Man, if you understand this, so it's like Venezuela, and the situation in Venezuela has a lot to do with the United States, you know, and the privatization of everything. And it's happening within the United States too, not just in the other countries that they have pressures on. They're doing the same thing here, privatizing everything, like buying schools or buying bridges, like and it's owned by a private person. I'm tired. It says they aren't in a debt trap, LMAO. Their GDP grow less than the debt. It says, need the brightest Chinese minds to step up. If they can overcome these challenges, they have truly earned their place at the top. This is how they play, and they play dirty. It says, Kuo Lang has written many articles on the USD used to harvest the world. Unsurprising, they kept trying. This has been war gamed by China long ago. It says, because their one-trick pony, poisonous easy money, is addictive. Yeah, at some point this stuff is not going to work. Because exponential growth is impossible. There's no such thing. We live on a finite planet. There's not unlimited resources. Fucking tired, John. Does this have to translate?
Considering that Egypt has joined BRICS, Russia from
Says Putin said that during its presidency in the BRICS, Russia will be doing everything possible to ensure that Egypt effectively integrates into the alliance. So yeah, Egypt has joined BRICS.
potential for developing these ties, considering that Egypt has joined BRICS. Russia, from the very beginning, has supported this willingness by Egyptian side to become a full-fledged member of this organization. During the Russian presidency in the BRICS this year, we will try everything that we can to make sure that Egypt has become an efficient part of this organization. We have planned more than 200 events within BRICS, and we are looking forward to seeing Egypt participating in this event. And of course, we are looking forward to seeing you, Mr. President, at the summit of BRICS in Kazan in October of this year. And we see new potential for developing this.
So RT posted this. Are there some tweet replies? Let's see. It says this or else is palpable. It says, let's just stop it at buying cheap energy. The Germans know what I'm talking about. No, seriously. They grouped everyone with consistently faltering currencies and now are going to do what? It says, while Khrushchev doctrine was that Russia maintained the right to intervene in any communist country that jeopardized Soviet hegemony, Putin doctrine is to get the West to respect and fear Russia as though it were the Soviet Union. Go figure. It says he needs more prednisone. It says, hats off to you, Putin. More power to you. It says Russia has reportedly developed an advanced simulator for ground nuclear explosions engineered to offer a visual simulation of key optical indicators, including the impact effect, light flash, and mushroom dust cloud resulting from a terrestrial nuclear explosion. It says, and no BRICS nation will ever comply with the WEF. It says Vladimir will do a great job. It says, let them. It can be the BRICS, but let us see how they help the Palestinians first. Are they brave enough to stand against Israel? If they are, let them in. It says, President Vladimir Putin's biggest Achilles heel, in my opinion, is underestimating the communist Chinese as allies. He needs to make Russia self-sustainable with the best trade deals from all over the world. Yeah, well, the West put sanctions on Russia, so they really didn't have no choice. And that's really what's driving the strength in the BRICS. They don't have no choice. It's sanctioned by the United States, sanctioned by the West. So the West sanctioned them, and they can't move around and sell their goods and do the stuff that they want to do. So then they form an alliance with these other big, huge economies, and they can sell their goods and services to them and go around the U.S. sanctions. Man, my eyes are burning. I think I'm going to have to wrap it. I kind of want to play this Thomas Sankara clip.
Was a good leader. In just 4 think Thomas Sankara was a good leader. In just 4 years, when became president, he built 350 schools, multiple railways and roads without international aid. He planted 10 million trees to fight desertification, vaccinated 2.5 million kids against diseases. He banned forced marriages, which were rampant, increased the literacy rate of this country by 60%, and stopped French imperialism. He refused to have his portrayed home publicly as other presidents did. He was murdered by his best friend, Blaise Compaoré, who was controlled by France. His friend later ruled the country for 27 years. So, in your opinion, think Thomas Sankara was a good leader. In just 4 years, when became president, he built 350 schools, multiple railways and roads.
It's like the real heroes, the people that really make a difference, always tend to get assassinated. People that really help the people, people that really care about the people, they always get assassinated. It says, in only 4 years in power, Thomas Sankara built 350 schools, roads, railways without foreign aid, increased literacy rate by 60%, banned forced marriages, gave poor people land, vaccinated 2.5 million kids, planted 10 million trees, appointed females to high governmental positions, encouraged them to work, recruited them into the military, and granted pregnancy leave during, sold off the government fleet of Mercedes cars, and made the Renault 5 the cheapest car sold in Burkina Faso at that time, the official service car of the ministries. He reduced the salaries of all public servants, including his own, and forbade the use of government chauffeurs and first-class airline tickets. As president, he lowered his salary to $450 a month and limited his possessions to a car, 4 bikes, 3 guitars, a fridge, and a broken freezer. He opposed foreign aid, saying that he who feeds you controls you, drove out French imperialism, and withdrew Burkina Faso from IMF. A very productive life that was brutally cut short. He was assassinated at age 38. Rest on the son of the soil. Hashtag Africa. Very sad story. It seems to come to that every time I think about Patrice Lumumba. His story is very, very similar.
Sub-Saharan Africa has been fundamental to the global prosperity.
So this one, it says, the entire system exists to keep Africa poor, so it always remain a source of cheap raw materials and cheap labor. Africa subsidizes the living standards of the rest of the world, with almost none of its wealth benefiting Africans. The line is drawn, the curse is cast. The slow one now will be the fast. The line is drawn, the curse is cast. The slow one now will later be fast. At the present now will later be the past. The order is rapidly fading. The first one now will later be last. For the times they are changing. Yeah, people always like, oh, these African countries are so corrupt and so backwards. They just can't seem to get their shit together. And it's not true. You got outside influences that leads to the situations that happen. And that right there with the Thomas Sankara in Burkina Faso was a prime example of an African country getting their stuff together, and then outside influences ripped it apart. So they want to be able to exploit these people. And they also want to be able to say that they're backwards, that they're lower, that they're lesser, that they're not even human.
Sub-Saharan Africa has been fundamental to the global prosperity of the advanced countries. Okay, and Africa had a role to play. It has a role as a raw material producer. We will not allow Sub-Saharan Africa to escape that. Okay, we do everything to keep Sub-Saharan Africa where it is, also impoverished. It's absolutely vital for the prosperity of everyone else. So let's get clear about that. Okay, and this means all the economic structures, all the global institutions, and the economics we teach everyone is all designed to keep Africa exactly where it is. And whether it is Europe or US or now China, it's always the same. We need Africa to be impoverished because we need those raw materials and we need them dirt cheap.
Yep. If you think that that is not true, you're not aware of what's happening in the world. It says, when I point this out, I'm accused of being a conspiracy theorist. Yep. It says, Mom, what's a conspiracy theorist? Somebody who figures out the truth before most people, dear. It says, Clinton conspired with France to illegally topple Gaddafi and steal his gold reserves. Despicable. It says, not only to stay poor, but needs to be depop so Africans cannot consume resources meant for the West. Oof. It says, I've been beating this drum since about 1970. Wealth is only generated when you make stuff. And what do we make? It says China is following the same Western methods. If it continues, it will lose its inroads. It says, serious question, why don't they use the USD? Another question, another comment says, the only part of the turnabout on global poverty, the idea is to unhouse as many as possible and impoverish all but the ruling elite. Poverty could have been ended by the year 2000. You probably know that story. There's been a change of plans since 9/11. It says history has shown what happens when population grows as much greater clip than their productive capacity, in particular agriculture. At a certain point, it becomes difficult to produce for our own population, then virtually impossible when blight, floods, or droughts arrive. It may be talking about our future a bit here. It says, I wish Nigerians understood this. Instead, there are Nigerian high commissions who would scold Julius S. Malema because he insists on pointing out that the Western colonialists never left and are still exploiting African citizens. It says, then China came to Africa. It says, keep them poor and steal their stuff. Sounds plausible to me. It says, no truer word spoken. We need these raw materials and we need them dirt cheap. It says, the reason I am opposed to IMF and World Bank economic theories is it pertains to my continent. Lower our standard of living, devalue our currencies, and export our best talent abroad. We keep importing processed food whilst they have very fertile land. Something must give. It says same with the Philippines. The Philippines are going to be the new Ukraine. I mean, I don't want it to be. I wish I had some wood to knock on, but I don't think that's wood. But yeah, the Philippines, hopefully they won't be. It's really sad what has happened to Ukraine. The United States don't care. The Western countries don't care. Act like they care about Ukraine, but they don't. Look at Ukraine. Look at what has happened. This was the one I mentioned earlier. It said the first contingent of the Russian army arrived in Burkina Faso. It says Africa needs teachers, doctors, and nurses, food and medicine, not Russian weapons and Russian troops. It says Russia will prevail over the white supremacist West. It says, can you explain what's the geopolitical interest from Russia in that African location? That's definitely something to think about. I mean, they're always going to have their own personal agendas. Maybe just to push against the West, because those places like Burkina Faso are really important, especially to France. It says, we stand with Russia, hello Mama Africa, before Burkina arrived in the African continent. Before Blinken arrived in the African continent. Very much needed stability. It says Burkina Faso should learn from Indonesia. We accepted Japanese help in the early 40s until we realized that the Japanese only took advantage of our resources for their so-called anti-imperialist war. Transfer from one colonizer to other colonizer isn't liberation. That's definitely something to think about. It says should be the other way around. Burkina Faso sending soldiers in Russia to train in real combat situations where it matters, AD and drone warfare, and they can do it from safety. I think I'm done, y'all. Let me double check. This is kind of old. The U.S. Navy prevents U.S. flagged commercial ships from traveling through the Bab el-Mandeb as Inshallah attacks continue. Despite daily airstrikes in Yemen, U.S. has not made the Red Sea safer, but prevented U.S. flagged commercial ships from using the Red Sea, fearing attacks from Houthis, according to the U.S.-based maritime journalist. U.S. Navy is waiting for more warships to escort commercial vessels. Yeah, so that's not a very good use of the fucking equipment. I'm out of here, y'all. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. I got to go. I'm probably gonna do a special show for y'all. I don't know when though.